Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. Welcome to the HR Leaders Conference in Riyadh. And I hope you all enjoyed and had a safe journey to this beautiful venue this morning. We do have a few late arrivals, which will be joining us shortly. We have a bit of traffic in the city, as you guys know, and I'm sure they'll be joining us shortly. Just a bit of an introduction on myself. As you guys may know, I'm Jacob. I'm the Managing Director for Corporate Event Solutions Limited, based out in the UK, running global conferences in HR from London, Riyadh, Dubai, Singapore, and also New York as well. So it's an immense pleasure to welcome our worthy guests, our speakers, our sponsors to this valuable conference today. I'd like to introduce our official partners to today's conference, which are situated on the left side and the right side of the room. So I'll start with our diamond sponsors, which is Talent and Expertise International. We have our gold partners, which is Acacia Learning in the far corner. And then we have our silver partners on the right-hand side here, starting with Elite Talent Hub. We have Ansam Training Solutions and Wall Street English. We also have CRI Group, and we also have Liren Institute. The purpose of today's conference is to provide you guys with a professional business-to-business platform for networking, peer-on-peer discussion, and sharing best practices. It's also given you an opportunity to engage with the solution providers, to engage with them and generate some content for key takeaways that can help you within your roles and responsibilities within your organizations. The running order for today's conference will run from now, which is 9:15, till around 5 p.m. We will have multiple panel discussions, keynotes, breakouts, and also we'll end the conference with a networking prize draw, which Mark will run on in a short while. I'd like to touch on a few housekeeping points for today. So please can all of you guys follow your individual itineraries, which are situated in the inside of your booklet. If you don't have a personalized itinerary, it's absolutely no problem at all. You guys can still meet with the solution providers. If you requested to meet with them, you can still meet with them in your downtime in the conference. So timing is strictly important for today's event to ensure that we get the most of today's conference. So please can everybody adhere to the timings in the event brochure. Now, without taking too much of your time, I'd like to wind up my brief talk and thank all of our sponsors, our speakers, and introduce our honorable guest and event moderator, Mark Sclair. He's the founder and CEO for Turning Point. We'd like to thank him for his full support in aligning today's conference. And Mark has actually originally come in from London, England, but he's been focusing in the Middle East for the last 10 years. 10 years plus. Well, obviously, Mark, you can do your So Mark is here today to help us align today's conference, and he's been in the region, building relationships through leading and with value of being present and committing time with various different organizations here. So I'd like to invite Mark forward to say a few words and carry this conference forward, and I'd like to thank him personally for helping us with today's moderation for today's event. If you guys need any of us for any assistance, please feel free to come and ask me any questions. My team will be outside, and hope you enjoyed today's event, and I'm sure I'll catch up with you guys during the day. So thank you very much. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. So, first of all, I won't ask you to do too many things today, but it's something I want to start with right now. And if everybody can give themselves a round of applause. That is what HR deserves, because people in HR do not get the recognition and the support that they deserve.
That's right.
There we go. I'm pleased you agree. And I've been working within the HR industry the last few years, and every time I meet with people in HR, it is normally that it's a company decision and it's not really what benefits HR people. And I believe that across the course of today, there's companies here that can definitely assist you with ensuring that you get the support, the recognition, the right type of software, which is going to help you in your everyday. Yeah? So HR really is the heartbeat of any business. You are the guys that look after the culture of learning, the culture of development, the culture of recognition. And I know that it's a constant battle every single day, but I do see it starting to come together. Now, I've been based in Dubai since 2008, and the conversation really is around how can we bring HR into this more. And I believe that's happening here now as well. And that's wonderful to see. So, with many of these events, what tends to happen is you have a great day, you'll go back tomorrow, you'll go into the office tomorrow, and a colleague will say, "How was the event?" And you'll be, "Oh yeah, it was good, thank you very much." But really, what happens is we never really know what makes a successful event, because we can all be here for different reasons. Some of us can be here to network, some of us can be here to learn, some of us can be here to experience the food and the danishes. Whatever it is, I find that we don't define what that is at the beginning. So what I'd like to do is, we've all got papers here, I'd like us to write down one thing that we want to achieve from this session today. So if we can just take a moment to do that, please. Maybe it's not coming to our minds, maybe we've not thought about it, so we'll just turn up to the event. But what is it you want to achieve from this event today? And just like any performance review, let's make it measurable, okay? This is, we all hear this word, accountability. You know, you've taken a day, a valuable day out to come to this, and we massively appreciate it. And we want to ensure that you get what you want and what you need. And I think it's, first of all, understanding what it is that you want, first of all. So I was, has everybody, yeah, I'll give you a few more seconds. Okay. So I was at the event here in April, and before I started, I had an intention of what I wanted to do. And we broke for lunch, which we will have today, okay, and it's a great lunch. And I know some people here, and they say, "Hey Mark, come and sit with me at our table." And I was like, "Well, I know you. I speak to you every day. Where am I learning? Where am I developing?" So I put myself in a position where I wanted to sit on the table with a group of locals, a group of Saudi nationals. And I wanted to be more interested than interesting. I want to understand about the culture. I want to understand about what's happening here and what our thoughts are. And that was my intention. And I was so pleased that I was able to get that experience. Because a lot of the time, someone from the UK or someone from America or someone from the West, they come into a country like Saudi or the UAE and they try to stamp the way that we do it over there. And it's not like that at all. I have to make it work with what you're doing. But it has to be blended, and I have to understand the culture and this huge melting pot of dynamics. And if I lead with curiosity and the intention to learn and understand, who knows where it can take us. And that's all that I ask today. I'm sure you've got colleagues here that you know, but be open to speak to other people, be open to learn from other people. And again, you never know where it's going to take you. So that's that part out of the way. Maybe people on the right here, they can see what I've got, but on the left you can't, so it's still a bit of a surprise. But prize draw today, and there's going to be 3 prizes up for grabs. Can I get a bit of excitement? Whoa, yeah. Yes, good. That's what I want, because there's going to be 2 criteria to this. One of them is I'm going to tell you what the prizes are, and I need to see the energy. Okay? So let's go first of all. So there's going to be 3 prizes. The third prize is going to be a set of AirPods. Who's lost theirs recently? Yeah? There we go, we've got you a new set. The second prize is an iWatch. Come on, woo! Yeah, there we go. And the first prize is an iPad, the new edition as well. The team went out, they queued up for hours on end to get one of these for you, okay? To make sure you've got the latest and most modern. Alright, so I hope that you're all Apple users. So the first criteria was your energy levels. We'll get a bit more during the day, okay? And the second criteria is you have to be here to win it. So during the course of the day, you'll be able to fill out your name, and we're going to put it into a dish, into a bowl, and we're going to have a prize draw at 5 o'clock. But you have to be here. Yeah, it can't be a cardboard cutout of you or one of your colleagues representing you. You have to be here. If we pull your name up, you're not here, move on to the next one. Yeah? And you'll want to stay here because we've got some great speakers, great panel discussions, and we're all going to learn from each other and develop. So, we're all going to be here today?
Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Wonderful, perfect. Okay, so, without further ado, we're going to start the day with a panel discussion, and this is going to be Employee Experience of Tomorrow, Leveraging Technology to Empower, Engage and Retain Talent. If I can ask the moderator, Miss Randa Fakir, who's going to introduce the rest of the people for the panel. Let's welcome Randa onto the stage. Welcome.
Hi, good morning everyone. This is Randa Fakir, People and Culture Manager at Arabia Pictures Entertainment Company. I'm so excited to be moderating this panel today with HR expertise about leveraging technology to empower, engage, and retain talent. So please help me to welcome to the stage Mr. Mohammed Musaidi. Mr. Mohammed is HR expert with 19 years of experience in learning and development, currently serving as Head of Learning, Development and Performance Management. So please welcome Mr. Mohammed Musaidi. And also we have Mr. Ali Al-Khater. Mr. Ali Al-Khater is HR professional with 20 years experience of HR management. He's currently serving as HR director at Vision Industry. So please welcome Mr. Ali Al-Khater. And finally, we have Ms. Zainab Maghrabi. Ms. Zainab Maghrabi. Ms. Zainab is a professional with 13 years of experience in organizational management and transformation. Currently, she is serving as a Director of Talent and Development at Saudi Geological Survey. Please welcome Ms. Zainab. So great. Thank you all for joining us today. I would love to talk about a few things, but I have a limited time, so I will try to squeeze it in 45 minutes maybe. But I need to ask you, dears, about something. How AI is transforming your industries. The three of you come from different industries. Zainab, you are from geological activities and earth science. Muhammad, here we have experience, and he came from fitness, well-being, sports industry. Ali as well, he's come from manufacturing, supply chain, and energy. Let's start with Ali. Can you please give me one example of how AI affects your business and your industry? And what specific type of AI you see lately in your industry?
Well, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think if we start talking about AI, we are talking about an ocean of expectation and tools, initiatives, ideas, compared to what we live with right now. AI is focusing not only on the employee experience, but it is also on the processes, the technology that eliminates human interfere and convert it into technology-based processes, especially in our industry, in the manufacturing and supply chain. So I would leave it in two parts: AI intervention on the employee experience itself, and AI intervention on the processes and manufacturing, transactions. If I take the first one, we have reduced the number of rules, I would say dramatically. And we had our own remote technology center who can switch on and switch off the manufacturing facilities from thousands of kilometers. So this affects both the manufacturing processes and also the need of an additional headcount as such. So this is just an example, that we have already faced, and we never know what will happen in the future. Things are evolving drastically.
Sounds interesting. And what about you, Muhammad? Can you please give us an example about AI in your industry? And in which departments?
Of course, yes. Thank you all for having me here. A couple of things come to mind immediately, which is the just-in-time, customized fitness program that's accessible for all. When I share this idea with my personal trainer, they get scared. They think that their job is being threatened, dramatically, which will alter the business in a massive way, but it opens an abundance of opportunity for gym or fitness people with a fraction of a cost of paying for a hefty price for a personal trainer. With an accuracy level that even in some cases surpasses a highly qualified personal trainer, especially if you match that with your biodata and your tests, if you combine that from your medical provider. So this is one major area that we're seeing massive development in that part as well. And the last thing, because I received this complaint a lot from my personal trainer, is that they hate to bring back the weights to the racks. And they actually would like to educate the members to do that. So a couple of weeks ago, I attended GAIN Summit, AI Summit here in Riyadh, and Boston Dynamics showed that new robot that's worked with AI that actually does that job. So I'm showing them that positive part as well for AI robotics.
Okay, fair enough. Zainab?
Thank you, Rana, about this question. They're supposed to know that we didn't prepare before, right? So really, the things that excited us, this question. The first question I would like to ask to the audience, did the audience knows what is the survey is about? What is the industry of survey, geological survey? We're actually we're actually producing the data that is actually all of the data inside the earth and outside the earth. So reading that with the different tools and producing the data, also doing the analysis for these data altogether. This is what the survey does. Producing the data, that is the main things which is related to the AI. Updating the tools and reading the data that we do have. This is the main job, and we are actually being entrance the digital transformation to read the reports and also to design the standard that we supposed to benchmark with the international standards. We are working with the government with a very confidential information that we're supposed to keep it in safe. We're supposed also to have it. We're supposed to update it on a daily basis. All of us knows all of the geohazards that are around us. All of the things that are around us is supposed to be very dedicated, very delicate also to deal with. And the sensitivity of that is very important. So the AI is actually very important. Rather than having the AI and all of the AI results in all of the support function as well. All of us knows in the human resources, in the shared services, in the finance, and also the list is long. So a very interesting question. And yes, the AI is having turned all of the things, all of the tables upside down.
Fair enough. Let's move to Ali. Ali, how much trust would you place in AI-driven employees' performance evaluation, and how would you reconcile insights with your own experience and judgment?
Well, let me say something before we answer this question. AI is a fact. It might not be here as advanced as other areas of the world, but AI is a fact, and it is going to come sooner or later. The question is how to humanize the AI. The AI, at the end of the day, it's a machine, it's an algorithm, it's a mapping processes to produce results at the end of the day. But we, in the human resources, we need to focus on the first word, which is human. We need to humanize these technology-driven processes. Yes, AI, when it comes to performance management, will leverage a lot of large data interpretation. It will smooth the processes. It will reduce the time it takes. It will map all the transactions being conducted by each and every employee. But at the end of the day, when we focus on performance management, I'm sure all the HR professionals knows that we don't only focus on what the employee is doing. We also focus on how he is doing his performance, which means the workplace dynamics, the behaviors, the team, I would say, the team player, the person who have the values of the company during his performance contribution. All of this would still be hard to AI to recognize. So we need to again humanize our interpretation with the AI results in our own way in order to have at the end a fair judgment. One of the things with AI is it eliminates bias. That's great. But at the end, we also need to put our human interference on the results of AI at the end of the day. So this is what I would say when it comes to performance management.
Okay, perfect. Muhammad, are you agree with Ali? Yeah.
Because actually it's very interesting what you say regarding the humanizing the process. I was thinking, what is the intelligence, the human intelligence is? So I was been thinking, are we going to, can we actually reach into the point that the human intelligence is something that we can copy? So what is the human intelligence and what is the layers that actually affecting the human intelligence? Which actually they try to make like a copy in the AI. The recent component they are actually added is the emotional intelligence component, to have more sense, as you mentioned, and to interpretate and also interact with the data, with also the question, with the results. But the most important things that I would like to emphasize on, what is the model, the coming model? Because we are discussing, I have discussing with AI, of course, and also listening on some of the professors in that field. But all of us, we are discussing the result of the AI. Are we discussing the model? What is the next model? Now it's been actually developed the generative model, right? So what is the next? And this is the things that I would like to discuss it today. The model, the current model is being changed. We are discussing the result of that model. So what is the next model is? And how we can actually hire the employee. They can be developed by the model. And also they can be part of developing the models. So this is the things I was discussing. Can we maintain that mentality? Those can create the model. The model has been changing a lot. We can review over the decades. Most of the organizations have been developed different models. Maybe that's why the data is very important. The history of the data is very important, and purchase actually. I like doing the humanizing the AI, having the AI talking to us, putting the standard, developing the standard with the AI, and also learning how to create the model.
Perfect, Zainab. Muhammad?
Yeah, sure. So I think for AI users, through extreme continuums, the one that's like all the good hopes, all the fantastic software we're hoping for, taking the heavy lifting and repetitive work out from our back, and all these fantastic stuff. This is what everyone is hoping for, development of all this stuff. The other side of the continuum is like dark cities, sci-fi movies, Matrix-like and stuff like that. No one wants that. I think AI and its application, in a way, it's still in its infancy. And we have years ahead still to see how this will develop. Maybe this doesn't need us to have decades to wait and see. Maybe it's just an upcoming 10 years, 5 years. We'll see this is growing. But I still believe this is still in its baby steps at the moment. But it's an important point for us to pay attention to it and start to play with it, apply it to such a degree. So back to the question, I think, yeah, applying AI can be a kind of fantastic tool, reasonable tool with the right governance and the right human intervention, in a way, especially in a part like performance management. Like we discussed previously, it can help us a lot, it helps recruiters a lot, in a lot of their filtering and getting stuff, but we should not give the full authority to AI to tell me, this is the person you should hire or retire on your own behalf. I don't think we need to go that far yet.
Okay, fair enough. Mohammed, I need to ask you, what strategies can organization use to create more engaged and work environment?
Yeah, sure. I think this can be a classical answer, but I think looking back at the employee life cycle, I'm trying to see where can companies intervene to make these sort of interactions and employee experience as meaningful and as good as possible. And I will not exhaust the entire model, but maybe I'll look at something basic like, for example, the onboarding part of the introduction. Extremely underrated part of HR, extremely underrated area where you put the right impression on the people from the first place. When I design inductions and orientation program with my team, I tell them, put yourself in the shoes of the parent or family of a new member when they're asking them about their first, how does it look like? Right? Now, the answer from the new employee will represent 100% of their experience with their onboarding, which ultimately, in a way or another, will impact significantly on the overall employee experience. Now, there is a lot of studies around that. I want to throw a lot of statistics, but one that caught my attention in the past few years is that almost 70% of the people who left their organization in less than 1 year had either poor or bad onboarding experience. Yeah, so I think this is still one of the underrated areas. Maybe this is one of the areas we need to start there. Treating employees and treating employees not only as employees, but more as customers, as people. So, and asking, using NPS with our employees about managers, for example, and how we would be recommended for others. We can build on that. And one last thing when it comes to strategy, every manager has to be a coach. It's like a big rule that we're trying to talk about.
I just have a comment on the onboarding. And AI as well. Some of the practices in onboarding is fully using AI, and they believe that this is going to be something they will be proud of. But the result is that the feedback of those employees, when they were asked about the feedback on the onboarding, they said, you know what? Since I was offered, I did not hear or talk to any single human on this company. I was just getting emails, WhatsApps, and technology notifications to fill in all these workflows, and I have never talked to any single person. I don't know whether this company is still exists or not. So sometimes we need to again think of the humanizing of the AI. Just a simple call saying, congratulations, welcome aboard. It is gonna mean a lot to the employee.
I have a comment on the comment. There is something actually, it's very interesting. One of the course that I attend, I think it's the Business Incident course, they have a very interesting program. It's like a web ID or application. It's actually how you can catch the communication between the all layers in the organization. So some of the not alone, but some of the communications being affected through the people, through the communication, of course. Some of the decisions being made, some people they trust the others, different organization or different departments and different people. So yes, right. Adding that also in our minds. Who's actually is supporting my idea, how I can explain more my idea, how I can actually reach to different layers of people. Sometimes, yes, we are writing an email telling that you have to do 1, 2, 3, then the things that you're supposed to explain how, you're supposed to explain who's going to support this idea. So yes, humanizing and explaining. And let me say it's like literacy in communication and advancing that communication also to get the right result is a part of the human elements.
Thank you, Zainab and Ali, for your input. Zainab, I need to ask you, in rapidly changing world of work, how can companies build a comprehensive learning and development ecosystem using technology to enable employees to acquire the skills needed for the future and stay ahead?
Yes, as I said earlier, this is the things that we're supposed to hire people those actually can develop the model. Why? Because we want the people with special skills This skills is like being interact with each other to develop. So it's just the kind of skills that can make that. We can build our own processes, the procedures that we do have, and also the tools that we produce within the organization, or to have it within the organization in the way that these people, they can react and interact with this, with all of this, with systems that we call it, the systems in the organization. So this is the things that we would like to hire the people in, and uplifting the knowledge up to that part, to be part of creating again the model. So the model that I don't want to sit in the conference to discuss what the AI, how we can deal with AI, what is the recent update of the AI. I want to be part of creating the model for the next generation of the AI.
Thank you, Zainab. Let's move to Ali. Ali, in what ways do you role in strategic decision making evolving as the AI becomes more integrated into HR processes, and how you will maintain your leadership influence?
Well, again, I would go back to the same word which summarizes everything. AI is helping me on the HR analytics. It helps me on the HR dashboarding. It helps me on the forecasting. Data-driven analysis and facts. Okay. At the end of the day, no matter what AI is providing, you need to take a decision. So at the end, you need to balance between what the data is talking about, okay, and what the fact that you believe in terms of the market evolution, in terms of the company direction, in terms of the board high demands, all these factors, okay, needs to be there before you take the decision. Okay, even if AI is going to set you a 5-year strategy based on the data that we have. If we take, for example, the investment industry, okay, they always give you a hope, they always give you promises, but at the end of the day, they says, well, this data cannot predict the future. They have a very high AI solutions to predict whether the share is going up or down, blah, 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 based in history. Okay, but it will never reach to the point that you guarantee 100% that this is going to happen. Again, the human part is very important because you look, you see what's going on around the world, around the economies, you need to have your own judgment at the end of the day. But you still need the AI because it will eliminate a lot of hassles, it will reduce the time, and it will give you an insight or a forecast ready for your judgment.
Thank you, Ali. Let's move to Mohammed. How can organizations retain top talent by focusing on better career experience?
Yeah, this is important too. Again, I'm not trying not to repeat myself here. But again, treating employees as customers, as your client, as your actual client. I used to work with a coach who was telling me, we take care of the people, we will take care of the people. And this is, I think, should be in the essence of all companies, especially that are working in the space of serving clients, especially the service industry and even manufacturing industry in general. Treating employees as customers, again, on all touch points of the employee life cycle from the beginning throughout the entire experience. Ninja, for example, we look out for the employee well-being, put it at top priority, not only because we're a fitness company, but we also think that a healthy, happy, engaging employee is a highly performing employee as well. So one of the areas we virtual employees is like to take time off and go to the gym out of the 8 hours working hours to train out there just for the training, and this is actually paid out free. This not only helped us with a better employee experience, higher satisfaction levels with them, but actually got them to get moving, especially the office staff with the club staff, getting interaction better, solving the problem faster, building better relationship within the organization itself. So this is one of the areas we're trying to actually uplift the employee experience in that part.
Okay, thank you, Mahmoud. I have maybe one or two questions more, but we will go to your questions. So please make your questions. Let's move to Zainab. Zainab, how can organizations adopt a holistic approach to measuring the impact of technology, going beyond productivity to include such as employee engagement, innovation, and self-actualization in light of rapid technology achievement?
Yes, the rapid technologies recently really accelerating. So the things that the solution I suggest to go to the future. Meaning by that, let us thinking about a different organizational structure which is based on the functional types. It's like putting everything aside and let each part, each part dealing with the other part like exchanging the outcomes. I want this exchanging outcomes based on the system. So each part is supposed to work with the other part based on the outcomes. The things that surprising things I would like to share here is I would like to emphasize also in unharmonies. I don't want the things to be harmonized. Let us focus on the very peaceful but critical mind. This mind, I have one example. One of the employees have been hired before with this critical mind, and the unharmonized for that individual within the organization is creating development gap. So this gap that we do need to develop to make sure that the outcomes is being developed based on a very high standard, based on that, like a scientific approach. So this is the solution that I suggest. Is, as I mentioned, it's like something coming from future. It's nothing that's been happening right now. It's like approaches. Some of the organization of people or individual, they are doing that. Maybe because the organization structure and the design of the organization has been rapidly changed. So maybe in the future, we can reach to the point that even though handling and dealing with each specific departments being assigned.
Thank you, Zainab. Ali, you want to add anything?
Well, I think we can talk about AI hours, days, months, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the fear of AI is to be away from all of us. It's a big question whether AI is going to replace everybody here. The fact that I believe on, it's not going to be the case. AI is going to help all of us in this room, okay? But those who are not really in line with the evolution of AI will get stuck at the end of the day, because technology is not gonna have mercy 10 or 20 years from now. It is gonna heavily hit the cost down. It's gonna heavily hit the need of the decision makers to optimize the cost. So hence, they will focus more and more on technology solutions and AI-based transactions that will drastically reduce their P&L cost. So this is something we need to put in our mind that whatever AI is going to do, we need to be compatible with that, and we should not also spread the fear among our own employees that AI is going to come and take you out. Maybe at a certain point of time, we will have 5 team members, 2 of them are robots, and 3 of them are human beings. This fact could come sooner or later, but we need to make sure we prepare our human resources to accept that fact and sometimes to compete with these robots and AI-based technologies. This is my final advice.
Okay, thank you. One more question before we go to questions. I will provide you a sentence or a statement, and I need you, all of you, to respond with agree or disagree, and why. Let's start with Ahmed. AI is diverse and specialized. Agree or disagree?
Now, no.
Why?
Still, it's based heavily on the source of the data which you're feeding it. And it's not that much diversified. I mean, it's not free on its own to create data in a diverse way. It depends heavily on the data we feed ourselves for that. Maybe in the upcoming few years or no, the answer will change.
Ali?
Well, I agree with Mohammed. I think we are still in the early stage.
So both disagree. So now we have 2 disagree. What about disagree?
Actually, I partially of agree and disagree because now there is generative AI, which is starting to generate also ideas. It's like in early stages. The issue here with the AI really, it's rapidly changing on a monthly basis. And this is actually, I don't know if we are actually that fast. This is, so the investing in the moment is very important in the AI. So we're supposed to take all of the advantage of the AI like now, because tomorrow something really is being done to become really different. This accelerating more, we don't, maybe we're supposed to focus on. As I mentioned, there is a standard in this generative AI. They are actually building this system to have the AI itself judge on the idea that the AI itself created. So it's like a self-judgment for the AI itself, for the idea, to standardize the idea for the AI. All of that is become now, while we are talking, it's become the AI as a real. So this is the issue of the AI. It's very fast.
Thank you, Zina. Ali, AI is capable to completely replacing human jobs. Agree or disagree?
No, not at all. I disagree. For some rules, it is starting replacing. But I think it's still in a very early stage. Bookkeeping, for example, the solutions coming in is replacing a lot of these tools. But you are talking about less than 5 to 10%. So still, the majority of 90% is still there. You never know what will happen in the future. But in the future, it might be increased. But at this stage, I doubt. Sorry?
We are in the risk now.
Well, even doctors are in the risk, it's not only us. But do you think doctors will be staying home with the AI-driven technology? I doubt personally. Yes, it is helping doctors, surgeons, consultants to do their operation, to predict, But I doubt we will reach a time where all doctors will be sitting home and the robots are going to be in the clinics doing the operations. This is my belief.
Thank you, Ali. Mohammed.
I share the same opinion. I disagree. I don't think this is going to happen. Well, I have a different angle. I don't think AI will replace human. I think human with AI skill replace human with no AI skill.
Thank you, Mohammed. Zainab.
Okay, for me, as I'm joking. The things that I'm saying, if the AI is going to replace some jobs, that's mean the time of the job is supposed to be changed and to move to the next place. So yes, there is some replacements going to happen, but that's mean we're supposed to move to new places, new direction, new innovation part that we're supposed to do the job in a very different way. I discussed it before in some of the conferences regarding the gap that is being created for that. So this is like a gap is being created by AI and the human, and that gap is supposed to be filled to open a new gap, which is this is the normal what you call it, the normal developments happening in growth. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just the last remark, I promise you.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
There is a difference between AI and technology. Okay. If we go back 50 years, or 60 years, or 70 years, we don't have emails, we don't have laptops, but we have a lot of jobs. What's the story right now? We have emails, we have laptops, and we still have a lot of jobs. You know. So the question is, if we are compatible with the technology, okay, we will be able to guarantee our own job. If we are not, okay, definitely technology is going to replace, and now not technology, AI is going to replace. But this is the point that I agree with Mohammed.
This is very interesting. One more statement. One day we might find ourselves reporting to AI. That's mean my manager or your manager will be AI.
I disagree also. I don't think this is going to happen.
Maybe I will get retired by that time. So.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe currently actually we are reporting some of the area with AI, maybe some jobs. Some of the jobs, some of the things that we're reporting like an idea, we're reporting something like part of the work, not all of it. So maybe in the different world, maybe even though the reporting line is specific, something like different than what we understand right now. So it's for me, it's what is the concept and how we can reshape and re-understand the concept to understand much more better, much more spaces and much to open the horizon. It's like something like that. So of course I agreed with them on all of the points, but just I would like to emphasize the idea that I told before. Sometimes the unharmonized is actually opening the new window. This is the things that maybe we need for the future.
Thank you, Zidane. Now we are going to take your questions. So,
thank you for this amazing discussion. My question comes to Ali Khater. So we're talking a lot about AI, right? And you said yourself that the area here is not as developed like other areas in the world. So, I've been a professor of HR analytics at the American University of Beirut. My name is Mona Zali. So, and a practitioner, like implementing human resources analytics, HR analytics as a system and leveraging on data and so on. What is your plan and strategy to really increase the maturity level and adaptation and acceptance? Because even you said yourself right now that there's a difference between AI and analytics and technology. So how are we gonna increase the maturity level, not only at the AI, because I feel that there are so many steps to reach there. You need to really make the people adaptable to the analytics. Is HR now playing a strategic role at the table, or they are just administrative? So there are lots of steps to be taken to reach that. What is your plan on that?
Well, thanks for the question. Welcome here, Sam.
Thank
I think what you just mentioned is right, to differentiate between AI and technology. In human resources, I think the trend right now is to focus on the HR analytics, dashboarding, and data-driven decision making. AI is going to interfere in the human resources, and it is going to eliminate the dashboarding. It's going to eliminate the HR analytics, and it will be completely replaced by robots. You know, in one of my conferences in Europe, I was in front of a solution. They said, "This is your recruitment manager. Here we go. The whole recruitment department is here, and it's more or less a human being. It's doing the interviews, you know, it's a 3D, it's talking to the candidates, questioning them, getting the analysis and the reports to me as head of the department. So this function within the HR, they claim it's now completely replaced by AI. So no need to hire recruiters, recruitment managers, blah, 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 blah. Or even LinkedIn, you know, you don't need to depend on that. It is just this solution or this robot who will replace, and she was a female, by the way, she will replace the whole department, okay, of recruitment, okay. But when I ask one question, if I would like to hire people for sales, for example, and we need to focus on the character, appearance, all these, you know, measures, does this robot understand that? The question was, no, it's not yet. You know, so it's still the part of humanizing AI is still there. You know, no matter what AI is going to provide, we still need to be ourselves. Now the question, how to make ourselves mature, okay, I think my colleague says if we are not adaptable to the AI education, to the AI development, to the AI knowledge, we will reach a point where we will find ourselves out of date, and AI technology is going to be in front of us, whether we like it or not.
Thank you, Ali. Any question, please?
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful discussions, and I'm amazed with what I hear today. I just want to quickly just state up, what do you think from your perspectives, the interactions with the AIs and the human resources capitals, percentage-wise out of hundreds, for instance? Let's say, what I'm trying to say, the interactions for the AIs and the 20% for now, 15%, 30%. That's the sector one of the comments that I mentioned. The second thing that I want to also, perhaps if you have some inputs from your perspectives, experience, and expertise, what do you think the measures of evaluating the AIs, the parameters, the algorithms? Because of course it's going to be interactive in the human resources, you have said, sooner or later, which will lead to an initiative that I would like to maybe to highlight it during this fantastic discussions that comes to Mark opening this. Why not to have a pool of expertise that they will develop the interactions of the AIs within the human capital sectors of human capitals and HR departments within the big companies. So I would like to hear a little bit shortly if I take it on this. Thank you very much.
I will take the first part. I mean, this is totally uneducated guess. I think it's way less than 5%, even less than that, at least in the Middle East so far. It's purely experimental, it's purely based on individual interest on playing with ChatGPT and the likes of it. Nothing that is solid yet. I'm starting to see a lot of technology providers that starting to offer to the companies ways where to do that, in terms of equipment, learning and development, and more. But I still think it's like this could happen. This could change dramatically next year, as soon as next year. So this is my thinking for the first question. For the second question, I'm sorry I lost that part, but I think you were looking for some sort of governing professionals and bodies to work on writing codes for AI and something like that. Prompting engineering is a little bit more.
That's the third one. The second one is the measurements for the AIs within because since let's say it's 5% within the experience that you have. So that would lead to we would, I think we would have expertise from the psychologists.
You mean from ethical perspective, for example?
No, because you will have the AI. The AI needs to be also measured somehow with the humans, as you have said. So, do you have any an outputs or something that would help, for the expertise? Because I believe, from my opinion, as an humble experience, that we might need some, an AI HRs. Let's say, it's an expertise in both, because to be good in measuring is also the AIs within the HRs would have the expertise in technology within the HR background and experience, which is somehow that's another step we need to look at it from top. And the third thing is about the pooling of the initiatives. It's going to be, I don't know, because everything starts with an initiative step, so maybe someone will be interested in this, to make a small pool of expertise that they're going to develop the interactions, the AIs with the human capitals. But I think with that kind of sharing the expertise and the experience with all the interested and people, that would add values more than this. So if you have any opinions or any comments on this one. Thank you very much.
Less than 3 minutes, so
Yeah.
we can conclude the audience.
Yeah, I totally believe that people with AI skills will outperform people without AI skill. And this is the famous Gartner chart of people getting the same task using AI and using AI help, and other group of people with the same level of skills but without AI skill. I think they outperformed them 18-1. It was a scary number in data. So I think if we're able just to, in a way, to organize that, and maybe allow to just open this buffet of curated options of AI to the people, let them do and play with it. I still think with everything AI is an AI that we still did not get the magnitude of the whole thing yet. And this is the beauty and also the risk of that part. This is my understanding. So just allow people to play with it, and then maybe see who will excel at that, and maybe you will help others to do better, maybe others you will choose and maybe opt to replace them with other people with AI skill.
Thank you. I have only one comment for now. Yes, let us focus on the competencies. Yeah. So let us focus on the competencies that actually is increasing the cognitive ability for the people. Those, what is the things that is we need in the future. That all of the competencies that we need to do the job. For instance, maybe in the future, that's supposed to be the competencies related to the AI. So with that equation, then you will have like skills and knowledge that will be built within the job profile itself, which is related to the HR, maybe each of the functions that you have within the organization. For instance, because I'll make more explanation. For instance, currently the proficiency of using the technology or the computer technology is competencies is very important. So what is the next level of that competency? That is related to the AI, or give the people more power and understanding of the question they're supposed to ask to the AI, which is allow them to have more details, more the right answer, all of that. So that's why I actually emphasize on the cognitive ability, which is very important coming days.
Thank you. Mark, allow us one question. There is a beautiful girl there. She needs to ask something.
Divers.
Only one, I promise.
Thank you very much for this great discussion, which let me think out of the box. In fact, I have a very short comment. I don't think mostly we can humanize AI, and another one that if it is in the future, don't you think that we will face employment problems and we should be engaged in the changing the curriculum measures inside the universities? That's it.
Question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, you disagree to humanize AI. I respect your point of view. But at the end of the day, the results and the facts showing that. Let me give you an example. One of the major industries in Saudi Arabia, one of the famous players on that industry in Saudi Arabia, they decided to create the chatbot and to replace a lot of things in the human resources using that chatbot. So if you need anything, you just go there. Day over day, week over week, month over month, they completed almost a year plus, and they decided to take it off. Because simply, people says, we need somebody to talk with. This child doesn't understand what's going on here. It's just simple things they can answer, okay, that's fine. But we have a lot of things that we need a human being to talk with. It doesn't mean it's totally bad, But the point, it is not giving the full solution of the needs of the people. So at the end, we are human beings. We need to be socialized. We need to have human interaction. And what happened in the pandemic shows the same. People at the end, they get bored sitting home. They said, we need to talk to the people. We need to socialize. If we are just sitting at home and dealing with AI again, or with technology only, we will get bored at the end of the day. And guess what? You are looking for productivity, you are looking for belongingness, loyalty, retention, all these concepts, okay, that needs a human factor to interfere, not only an AI-based solution to interact. I hope I'm answering that.
Thank you, thank you so much. So we are out of time, so I need to thank you so much for your input, feedback, and knowledge you've shared with us. Also, shout out to the amazing organizers, HR leaders conference who are invited me to be moderating this panel today. As well as I need to thank you all for your attending, your questions, and your listening. See you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. If you'd like to ask questions, please feel free. I'm sure you'll be around to set those questions. Yeah. Okay, great. So what we're going to do is before the next speaker, we're just going to remove the tables and chairs from here. But one thing that was mentioned now, I listened to the whole thing and it was very, very interesting. Just to say, take that photos. Mohammed mentioned something, and it was about being in the gym, fitness. I'll see his face change in a second. It was around that the weights will be lifted for you, so you haven't got to do it yourself. And for me, that's terrible. Yeah. I'm sort of like, for me, AI for that should be that they do video recognition, facial recognition, and there should be a picture of that person up on the wall, naming and shaming him. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. That's it. Yeah? We agree on that, yeah? Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Just had to say that. Okay, so our next guest is now a keynote speaker, and the topic of discussion is going to be thriving minds, thriving business, investing in mental well-being for long-term success. And on the stage here is going to be Mr. Walid Hariri. He's a regional director at Talent Expertise. I'd like to welcome on stage, please.
السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام. يسعدك يا رب يا شيخ اجبر بخاطرك.
Let me start all over again. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لا والله لسه في ناس نحن 10:30. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا يا رب العالمين. Those who believe that mental well-being comes before employee engagement, would you care to raise your hand? Because companies pay a lot for engagement. By the end of today, or a couple of minutes, I'll pose the very same question. And I hope you stay put, or truly believe through the facts and statistics. I'll have plenty of numbers for you, ya habibi. Now, the statistics come from Gallup. This is an annual report. It is for US companies, global companies, and best practice companies. In today's session, at the very end, I don't have an iPad, an earpod, or a watch, but I do have statistics for the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. So please stay until that time. Now, in my professional definition, employees come in 3 types. Actively engaged employees, not engaged employees, and actively disengaged employees. The actively are employees who find pleasure in what they do. They go the extra mile to do what they are supposed to. It's like being in love for the first time, where you pour your heart happily. Now, what about the not engaged employees? Some call them quitting employees. Some retire on the job. They reserve a seat. They watch the clock. They do what they're asked to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Wallah wa billahi al-azim. Statistics state that these employees are by far more miserable than those who are unemployed. What about the actively disengaged? Well, they do more harm. At the coffee machine, they talk and stab in the back. Management, managers, the company. طيب يا حبيبي اخرج من الشركة إذا ما تبغاها. What was the reason that they became so actively disengaged? For some, well, they were harmed by the company. And let me share with you a story, a truly shocking story, where a manager wanted to have a corrective action, not HR, but the manager of a senior of his employees who did a mistake that had a big financial impact on the operation. The decision was, for 10 days, that senior person would work as a janitor. ويشيل الزبالة، ينظف دورات المياه. This is a true story. Now imagine that human being, after being humiliated for 10 days, والله لو يقدر يحرق الشركة يحرقها. Only because he's got so many loans and mouths to feed at home, he would stay at work. Otherwise, and the stories go on and on and on, where when there is high, such things do happen. Knowingly, unknowingly, by management, that whatever they did, we come back at the whole company. Now, another thing that was noted of the actively disengaged employees were they were recognized, they were promoted. But they were promoted for the wrong job. And since they were, for instance, they were in the field, and now they have been promoted to be in the office. They don't like the office. زي الطير يبغى يطير. كل شوية رئيسه يجي يدور عليه. He's not in the office. He's outside because this is his passion. Now that is another disengagement role. Let's take the corporate as a rowing boat. We've got the engaged, they're not engaged, and the disengaged. This was last year's readings. These are this year's readings. Things are declining. Now, the engaged employees are loyal, committed, high productive, good retention. They're not engaged, they're productive, they have low commitment, and there is a high retention. Low retention there. But then, ashabi, they are counterproductive. They stab the company and bosses in the back, knowing that they have to have somebody pay. Although it's the same boat, there is different engagement, and companies spend a lot on engagement, not knowing that there is something else under there. This is the report that I have been talking about, and in June 24, it was released this year. It indicates that low engagement is estimated to cost $8.8 trillion, which is an equivalent of 33 trillion riyals globally. That is 9% of the global GDP. Imagine that money that was wasted. Had it been for good cause, famine, aid, it would have made a difference between the wrongdoing and the good doing. I have another story, ladies and gentlemen, for you. And this one, again, is a true story. 3 weeks ago, I was in Doha, Qatar. And the venue was for offshore drilling. It means platforms in the sea of workers, either on a ship or in the sea. And on that day, 7 occasions, 7 speakers were saying that it is very normal every month to have a suicidal case on one of our fleet. Is it because of the pay, the work? It's the well-being, the mental well-being. Now, by the way, this issue has only been brought up to the surface when COVID started and people started to stay at home, that it became an issue. Just like a couple of decades ago, nobody heard of autism. نقول عليه ولد مخبول، بنية مخبولة، مسكينة مساكين, right? And then things started to shape up. Now, the same is happening here with the mental wellness. Yes, the story. The chef on one of the ships, and usually on ships, when dinner time, everybody wears his uniform and they come to the mess hall. He came over, greeted everybody. He had his briefcase in his hand, the chef. That evening, he was reported missing. He had enough, not from his colleagues, but from the whole environment. And this is where we come in, whether that be humans or talent management, in reaching out to you. Let's save lives, one life at a time, one family at a time, and money that is being wasted. Let's better utilize that in educating management and employees of what would make it a better working environment. We've already said this, that actively disengaged employees are far more miserable than unemployed employees. As an indicator, if someone isn't thriving at work, most probably that is an indicator of not thriving in life too. والله شكله الدنيا نامت ومن السطح دي ولا من الميكروفون ولا الموضوع مو كده. أحكي لكم حقنا بستوري. My late father, رحمة الله عليه, told me a story only once in his lifetime. He said, when I was a kid, his grandma used to send him to fill a bucket of gasoline for the house. And it used to cost 5 pennies. And once he delivered the gasoline, he would be rewarded by half a penny. Now, my father used to work engaged or disengaged or actively disengaged. This may be for you to decide. He used to work with the gasoline tank pouring all the way back home. When he did his job, it was only pouring because he had pointed it downwards. So he did do his job. But was he engaged? Or did he have his eye on the reward? How many of us keep the flushing water, print 17 copies, and God knows how much waste we are doing and harm to our companies? Just like my late Papa, God bless his soul, Allah yarham. Now, this is the US engagement for the past 20 years, from 21 to 23 in the United States. And this is the global, and this is the best practice organizations. The sky seems to be flat, and there is a reason for it to be flat. Companies have been after engagement, and engagement will always be the same. No matter how much you put, the gasoline can will always be pouring down. A couple of years back, I heard of a consulting company, not ours, Wallah al-Azim, a consulting company that went to investigate an investor. That investor had signed a concession for a forest to cut its trees. And the revenue was dropping. The consultant went there, he was seeing what's going on. Is it the vehicles? Is it far away? Is it the product? None of that was working, as if he was looking the wrong way. He was looking at the engagement. But then, in the evening, he was sitting, drinking, he was drinking coffee. أفهمها يا فاهم. And one of the workers was there. And they were chatting, human to human. And the worker was telling him, I know what's going on, and you would never figure it out. We know the wood, and we know the best wood this forest can produce. But then there is a machine, we call it the hog. أكرمكم الله, يعني الخنزيرة الكبيرة اللي تاكل ما تشبع. The hog. Now, we are supposed to throw in the hog the bad trees. What do? We feed the hog. لعنة الله على السرطان. Because he's not eating us right, we feed the hog, and he will never know about it. So, truly, there was never enough emphasis on the employment awareness, and this is why the numbers are flat throughout the 20 years. But again, what about the daily negative emotions? And those were tracked. And there seems to be a spike in 2020. Was that the year of COVID? And that is when people started to realize that this is there. Then it dropped. And somehow it seems to be on the rise again. So it's no longer because of the COVID or being locked down. It is other things that the investor is doing that some employees are feeding the hog. I'll be very briefly talking about burnout. It is a state of mental and physical emotional exhaustion. Did I talk about the person in love? Yes, I did. But this time, this young man comes below the window of his beloved princess, day and night. And he doesn't care if it's sun or rain, wind or cold or hot. It's because of the job that he loves. He's doing what he's doing. What if Prince Charming came to know that the princess loves somebody else? والله لا يحب سيارة أبوها وبيت أبوها وأمها. Now, a burnout is being in love. And unless somebody wakes me up, I will start spending all my money, all my emotions, and be away from my family to the extent that I start becoming ill, ulcer, heart, cancer, not knowing that it was because of يجوز يقول فيه قلة أدب ولا بلا شيء خلاص because of that princess اللي ضيعت عمري ويا كثر ما واحد مننا بيقول ضيعت عمري في هالشركة وأعطيتها كل اللي عندي. It is when it could occur when one experiences long-term stress or feeling under constant pressure. Now, how to recognize burnout before it drains one out? I've already talked about the man in love. ما لكم وما للشغل يطلب الوظائف. But definitely خلقوك الموجود فيها هذه كلها. I will not talk about it. They come in stages. The current stages. نظر، ابتسام، فموعد، فلقاء، وبعدها يجي مصاريف وخلفة وأولاد. So that is the burnout. Watch out, and watch out for your employees, because if they are there, it might be too late. And unfortunately, management are pushing hard for engagement, not realizing that it does cause that burnout. 57% of employees are experiencing burnout. 53% of managers are experiencing burnout. لا تطلب تربية، خليك في البيت أو أصحى لليوم. Or a third alternative, let's put hand in hand to raise awareness of how to contain this. How many US employees very often or always feel burnout at work? It wasn't there. It wasn't there. Then COVID hit. It dropped. And it's on the rise again. People, watch out. Now, how much is your organization caring for the employees' well-being? Are they? Honestly, truly, Allah, they are spending a lot. And it showed during the COVID pandemic. Employees realize that their employees do care for them. And maybe some organizations are not doing a good job in promoting for that. يعني حرام من صرف الفلوس وهالعناية والرعاية and people just take it for granted or don't realize that it's there. The last thing that I'll be talking about, if you allow me, is loneliness. مع الناس لكن مع الناس. Social isolation and chronic loneliness have a devastating effect on physical and mental health. There was a study by Harvard where this phenomenon strikes 2 times harder than anything else, where employees do choose to give away their lives because of loneliness. يمكن في مجتمعنا الإسلامي ما هو كتير موجود. لكن with a diverse workforce that exists in Saudi Arabia, I think this is something worth addressing and noticing and working on. صحيح حاجة الستاتستكس مو موجود، فخلينا نقول السلايدات هذه. Now, these are the engaged, not engaged, actively engaged, and unemployed. Stress is 7 numbers. Anger 17, 19, 32, and 28. Worry 30, 36, 52, 52. And these are alarming numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Did we talk about the Middle East? And that was a promise there. So this is the region and the global numbers, whether the engaged, the not engaged, or the actively disengaged. The regional versus the global, 61 versus 62, and 14 versus 23. Daily stress, the regional is 52, the global is 41. Ya Rahman Rahim. And Billy Younger شكله إن الدنيا حارة والجو الحار يساعد على الأمور. The daily sadness again 26 versus global 22 score. The solutions. Make employees mental well-being a business priority. Start educating employees to look after their mental health. Train managers to look after the mental well-being of their employees. This is a good return on investment that companies can offer for their most valuable assets, their workforce. I do like this slide, and I shall be closing with that. your manager has a greater impact on your mental health than your doctor. الدكتور أصلاً عدادي ومشى. But your manager is there day in, day out. So, this is Mr. Manager. Act accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am among the youngest and wonderfully savvy talent expertise team. I have been humbled to have been representing talent expertise. Our team is capable of taking care of your managers and hand in hand taking care with you of your employees in educating them. So these are some of the courses we shall be sharing with you through our rooms, whether it is for employees or management. I know I don't have a minute.
We've got a few minutes. Questions?
Really, ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly raise your hand?
We have got gentlemen here.
So thank you very much, first of all, a very insightful session. I tend to obviously agree with what you have said. My name is Asad Rahman. Employee engagement matters because again companies get direct impact and direct benefit from that. And mental well-being, when I see it, it's not directly controllable within the company environment because it comes from your personal workplace, personal space. So how do you think we can make it part of our culture where this particular factor is ingrained in culture and everyone talks and feels and care about this?
I don't want to promote the talent expertise, and I shall not, and I did not mention their name. We are on the top of this issue. We're offering over 15 courses on this, and it doesn't come as a bill. It comes as an awareness, a culture change for the whole organization, for managers to realize what they do, and for employees to stop loving that princess. And that, working hand in hand, would be a minimal expense versus losing a life of a valuable member in the company.
Okay, we've got time for one more question.
Actually, it's not a question, it's a comment. First of all, thank you very much. From my own experience as a HR consultant, service coordinator, I have noticed a big change in the performance with those who took mental fitness or positive intelligence or whatever regarding the performance. And not only that, they communicated that positiveness to their employees. So I do advise everyone to take it. Thank you.
I think that is on the head, right there, on the spot. Thank you, sir.
We've got time for one more question. We got one of us.
Assalamu alaikum. It's not really a question. It's an ask. It's an ask, but not a question. This should be addressed to the HR team. We need the power and the authority of the HR as it used to be. Now they are losing the authority. They are just reactive, following what the managers need. It's not about having an agency. It's not about having an application for the mentor. It's about activating the role of HR, activating the role of investigating of each employee. Burnout is not an accusation. An employee who is stressed, it's not an accusation that we need to corner him and kick him out. No, it's the job of the HR. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And let me see.
Thank you. So we're going to be breaking now. Within your booklets, if you've been allocated time for someone to speak with, please follow your guideline. Please follow the times on there. We have people around, you can see from the stage here. They'll be happy to take questions, happy to speak to you about their services. But what something, I know I'm losing people at the moment, but something that was really interesting there was engaged and disengaged, and it's actual versus perception. And sometimes you think someone's not engaged, but we're just not communicating with them in the right way. It's good to talk. So, really interesting conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to break now, and then I'll either be ringing a bell or I'll be calling you all in very, very shortly. But please take a break, talk, communicate, enjoy yourselves, get some food and hot drinks. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, everyone, if we want to take our seats now, please. We have our next keynote speaker. So everyone can start coming from the outside now. And our next keynote speaker is based around developing leaders for Vision 2030, leveraging technology and human insights for sustainable growth. And our speaker today is with switchup.io. He's a co-founder and a leadership lecturer and executive coach. His name is RCL Riyadh. If you welcome him to the stage, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Laszlo. It's a real pleasure to be here in your wonderful country. It's actually my 4th time in the last 18 months. That gives you maybe a sense of my appreciation for the Vision 2030, as well as the work that you're doing as a nation. So thank you very much for hosting and allowing me to be here. My name is Laszlo. I am the co-founder of Switch, which is a leadership assessment development company and also coaching platform with 150 coaches and consultants. I'm also a leadership lecturer at INSEAD Business School. I have been working through INSEAD with a lot of Saudi companies as well as GCC companies, and I'm here really to share with you my experience from my work and hopefully engage with you in a dialogue and in a discussion around leadership development and how this can be done to enable your Vision 2030. That's a little bit the background to me. Now I know that these conferences, at least from my perspective, when I'm sitting in some of these seats, I have 2 questions burning on my mind. One is, what exactly do I need to listen to for the next 30 minutes? But the other one is also, who is this person and what does he have to tell me? So if you do have some of those questions, I'm hoping to answer to you these questions straight away. I'd like to actually start with you with the second point, which is a little bit about my personal journey. So I am European by background, half Hungarian, half Bulgarian. Grew up and studied in Germany, France, UK, US. Don't ask me where home is. But maybe the story already tells you a story around culture. One of the things I'd love you to remember about me is I really developed an appreciation for culture, and I think it so much matters in how we do business, how we unlock human potentials across organizations, but across your nation as well. And that has become the keystone of my life. My background is business. I was a business school student, and as a lot of business school students, I wanted to get into investment banking or strategy consulting. For all the wrong reason, which was to build my resume. But I always did advisory. I started off in M&A advisory at JP Morgan, moved on to Deutsche Bank into their consulting arm. Just to discover one thing, maybe you empathize with this. I did not enjoy Excel and PowerPoint so much, but I really enjoy humans. More specifically, 2 things about humans. One, who joins large organizations like this? Why would I rather work with you than with somebody else? And the second aspect is, who makes it to the top? Who gets to be a leader, who doesn't? What are the psychological factors behind that? and that made me do two things. One is to enter academia. I have written a PhD at the University of Cambridge on the topic of leader development through experiential learning. And in leader development and coaching, you have this famous saying from Marshall Goldsmith, what got you here won't get you there. And I'm sure a lot of you guys know that. And I think one thing that is very interesting about learning is about our learning at the beginning, learning for skills, for competencies, then learning for delegating and management roles. But how about learning as becoming? When you do want to go up to the top letters, when you do want to create impact and influence, how about changing ourselves? How about transforming ourselves? And this has kept me busy over the last 10 years. I got into assessment very early on, designing assessment centers for Deutsche Bank, again as a cultural bridge, as simple as Germans not understanding Brits, how they are recruiting vice versa. Now, of course, if we imagine that on a global scale, we can talk even more about it. So that was one element about getting in or getting into companies and recruiting companies. But how about getting to the top and what helps you to be there? And learning as becoming. And one thing I have discovered that experience, learning from experience is a really, really important factor. In Europe, in the US, two continents which I have engaged a lot with, I was always lacking one thing, which is the vision for the collective. It's always me, 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 I, which is why I have been so grateful to be working in the GCC region, with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, with other countries here, where your focus is really on collective. And so my talk really is very much in line with His Highness, who is talking about unlocking potential, human potential, especially on the younger level. And of course also, how do we create a culture that is compatible with international business, but at the same time, how do you keep your values of your culture? And so in the following, this speech is really to share insights with you from my work of how this has been done. So the two topics, coming back to the first question maybe on your mind, well, what are we going to talk about? These are the two topics I'd like to focus on. So the first topic being human insight. What have we learned through our work with leaders, but also with employees all over, internationally as well as in the GCC countries? And the second thing is, how can we scale this knowledge? How do we cascade development across organizations? And I would say one of the things that we do, and I hope really, really well, is to get under people's skin, to understand people. And I think the first thing is an international force. We actually work with 150 coaches and consultants from 50 different nationalities delivering these programs, because we know that you want to understand and click with your target audience. These are some experiences that we have had working here in Saudi Arabia, and so when I will be giving you examples, I will be drawing on some of these examples. We have recently delivered an advanced team dynamics workshop for PIF. We're delivering all of the coaching for the MBA cohorts of Aramco, and of course also working with the ministry on some of the leadership topics. The three aspects I believe that really matters in getting human insight is assessments, learning through experience, and actually what are your learnings as HR professionals from those three elements? And this is something I'd like to be focusing on. And I have a question to you as the audience, and if we can have maybe a microphone, I would really appreciate it and engage with you in a dialogue. And my question is for those of you who are dealing with curriculum, how do you decide on how do you gain insights on what to develop? So what is it that you want to train your workforce on? And also, whom do you develop? How do you make that decision?
Mahmoud Khan from Saudi Arabia. What to develop is decided from what you need to achieve. And where you are and where you will be, there will be a gap, and that gap is filled by the development. Whom to develop is those who have the potential to develop. Not only that, but they have the passion to develop and the desire to develop, and then providing the environment for them to be able to develop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other thoughts or any other views on this? How do you assess? I mean, you cannot develop everybody. What to focus on? Who's your target group? How to make interventions effective?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Nihan. Regarding what to develop, the skills and competencies that enable us to reach our objectives, our strategic objectives. How to develop, those have the potential to proceed and implement this training, who are actively engaged in our strategy or in our objectives.
Shukran. So essentially what you're saying is you're looking at a set of competencies, and you're looking at people very similarly that was said before, who are motivated and who are willing. So you're looking at individuals on an individual level and as a set of competencies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Keeping the strategy
in mind. Okay, thank you. I think there's one.
Get my steps into that.
Hello, this is Abdul Haddad, and this is very crucial questions. I'm going to take the first keyword, which is develop. You know, the number one reason behind failing any change initiatives is we go through the initiative without even thinking about what kind of skills should be developed, what kind of competencies we should look for into our future state leaders, for example. And the second thing is the other keywords, which is who are the right people is going to really fit into the futuristic change requirements. So this is very crucial questions.
Thank you. And maybe a question, I hear a lot about individuals and about people, and I also hear a lot about competencies, and I really like, thank you for adding that it's a strategy. Who defines the competencies? Is it you HR on your own? Is it, I see shaking head, is it the business? Is there a collaboration?
It has to be.
It has to be HR, but the question is it actually happening? And if we are HR, we are looking at human potential, to what extent should we be actually asking and interviewing our employees, to be interviewing our managers, what it is about? And does it start and end with competencies? How about behaviors? How about development? How about identity? So those are all questions we ask. Now, these are a couple of, and my essential question behind the question here is, what's the starting point? When you launch an initiative, what is your starting point? Well, what was very interesting is actually, all of these, what you see here, are actually topics that came up working with Saudi organizations. I don't know to what extent you will connect. One of the questions, one of my first assignments was with EIF, the Events Investment Fund, and the question was, well, how are we going to create theaters? How are we going to create concert halls, etc. in this country that hasn't been done before? And if we ought to do that, how do we develop an entrepreneurial mindset that probably, because it's the first time, we're going to fail quite a bit. So how would you translate that in a competency? Is that really a competency? Another question was around growth mindset and resilience, very similarly to the same train of thought. So if we are doing projects from scratch, and we might be benchmarking and orienting ourselves internationally, still, if failures happen, how do we motivate our workforce to stand up and do it again? How do we actually showcase that we in Saudi have a strength, and the strength is to be entrepreneurial. The strength is to be creative. And at the same time, how do we balance the international structure and benchmark? And of course, when you are recruiting people, when we talk about individuals, well, who should be doing the transformation, to what extent are you taking into consideration their history? So, of course, Aramco is a huge organization, and to what extent do you have ex-Aramco employees in your, and this is not about Aramco only, but it's an example, again, from one of my projects we worked on. To what extent can you take an Aramco mindset, which is very specific, I don't need to explain it to you, you know it better than me. And how is that going to work in an entrepreneurial working environment or organization? So long story short, I believe assessments are far, far, far more than just competencies, but it strikes right into employees' background, behavior, and what is the target that you want to achieve, which is the mind, and how do you change your mindset around it. Interestingly, all of these starting points came up through coaching. And if you think about coaching, you probably think about coaching of a development intervention in itself, which it is. But how about looking at coaching conversation, engaging themes of what is needed and what needs to be done? And this is something I find as a best practice very powerful. The next question becomes, is it really individuals? Or do we need to look at the organization? So where is it? Who do we develop? Is it actually an individual? And if it is an individual, where do we start? Do we start with N-1 and then cascade down? Or do we start actually gathering information from below? Of course it depends, but those are all questions I invite you to ask yourself when you are designing programs. If often I see that interventions are there, of course, to transform, to change something. Do you know where the itching point is? Is it actually organization, Is it actually organizational? Is it within the executive team? Is it about unrealistic board requirements? Is it in the EXCO? Where is it? Or is it actually, and this is something we encountered a lot in the work when we worked with N-1s or EXCO, saying, we understand the culture. We are here to disseminate the culture, but the employees don't understand. Is it really true? Or is it a defense mechanism? So all of those things, I think, are coming up through coaching, leadership interventions, and assessments. So what I'm arguing for is, it's a cycle. It's a cycle of, yes, you want to gain insights to create trainings and coachings, but take those insights from that to inform your next assessment and know who it is that you are going to develop further. The way we deal with this is we very clearly structure this in assessment and development centers. Of course, if you have a critical mass. If you don't have a critical mass, still my recommendation is to be looking at how do I assess on an individual level? How do I look at high-performing teams or maybe groups that might not be performing, especially if you think about groups that are mixed groups. Expats versus locals. How do they collaborate together, question mark. Is it always smooth? And on an organizational level, what culture do we have? What do we want to be standing for? And what type of leader are we looking for? All of these things, I'm sure you know about large executive search firms, etc. And you might argue many of them, they do this, and we apply psychometrics, Hogan's, etc., which are great. How many of you are dealing with psychometrics? Just a raise of hands. Who is critical about psychometrics? Who does not fully believe them? Okay, I have a hand in the back. If a gentleman, if you would like to speak up.
I think psychometrics play a good part at certain points, but the problem is with psychometrics a lot of time is they have predefined measurements within them that they are aiming towards and defined results, and those defined results don't always meet organisational needs. So somewhere between the two, you're trying to make that fit.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, alternative thoughts or views? Yeah. Yes, please. You have such a nice loud voice, but we're going to wait for the...
I believe what is great about psychometric assessment is that tools that provide the self-awareness of the people characteristics and traits, which is it's great for people, especially in the start of their career, becoming more self-aware. But the always downside of it is grouping people and boxing them in a box, which is not necessarily has to determine who I am, or who I could potentially become, you know, after my journey and my end of the road. of learning and chat with other people and learning from great leaders. So I think it's a tool to raise awareness, but you cannot just rely on it.
Yes.
You cannot just take it as is. Because as Paul rightly mentioned, it's a predefined results. And human being cannot just predefine, we are very much complex than that, especially if I've had the pleasure of going through lots of neuroscience studies, and it's all just highlights the same fact that it's very difficult to predict and box people in a box.
Thank you. So you're arguing about the difficulty of boxing. And last question maybe to you or anybody, who is the psychometric assessment coming from? I mean, who is doing the psychometric? The individual, him or herself, right? That in itself might be a problem. Because how many times do we go through questionnaires and say, do I prefer to go out and enjoy myself with friends or to read? We straight away know it assesses introversion versus extroversion. So psychometrics are important, and I think psychometrics give you a very nice insight into personality as opposed to just competencies. Where psychometrics fall short is to get the mirror view. How do I see you? If I ask you, sir, if you have a stain here right now, would you be able to tell me? Sorry to call on you. No, nobody would. It's not just about you, because our eyes are outward oriented. So what I argue is if you're looking at assessment, bring in externals, you can do it of course internally as well, but assess through leadership in action. One thing we very much have great experience with is boardroom simulations or scenarios where we give people a task and they're distracted with the task, but what we really look for? Behavior, leadership type, tendencies, how do you react in certain situations? And those are things I think that give us a more wealth of information as opposed to only competencies, which are important. So what I encourage you, and I will not go through this entire slide, is when you think about assessments, when you think about looking and developing your people, to be looking at it from different lenses. Have people go through experiences. Distract them. Don't tell them what you're looking for. Perhaps look at it from an industrial lens. Is this person, is this team a good fit into our industry? How about involving psychologists and looking at behavioral tendencies and personality tendencies? And of course, having a scientific background and grounding through psychometrics, as well as, and here's the last question, do we act alone or do we act in groups? How many of you think about assessment in terms of groups? How does a group work together? What is there to be thought and what is there to be looking at? So my next question to you, if I may, is how do you create learning experiences that are transformational? So I think a lot of us say, and probably it is in Vision 2030, how do we transform our nation? How do we transform our organizations? So my question to you is, if you do want to look into transformational learning, how do you create that? What methods do you use? What works for you? What doesn't work? Sorry?
Self-learning.
Self-learning. So learning about yourself, or you mean?
We had a good experience with COVID. So everyone can learn.
So online learning through self, okay. Any other thoughts? Is that really, did it help to transform people? Yeah. And I think learning, online learning and coaching are very important tools. One thinking, and this is coming from research, is if you want to transform a human being, you need to bring the human being to a state that they don't know before. And the state that they don't know before is the learning zone that really engages aha moments. Most of the trainings that are effective is if you go right into people's emotions, if you connect with people's emotions. And that is often through experiential learning. I wanted to share with you 4 or 5 slides with ideas of how we do it. One of the things, especially if you're looking at team interventions to make groups more performance, often there is a hidden lack of knowing each other or trust. One of the wonderful ways to very quickly establish trust is group coaching. Now, there's different forms of coaching, but one of the coachings that is very, very powerful is coaching through drawings. Anybody done coaching through drawings before? One of the things you have people do, in this intervention, we worked with PIF and -2 teams on actually defining and having them draw their role in the team. And just looking at the picture without, of course, knowing who they are, what is their background. What do you gauge from a picture like this versus a picture like this versus a picture like this?
Yeah, to be someone is visionary, someone is helping each other, someone is helping the team, someone is more strategized and putting the strategy for the whole team. So it kind of tells, you picture yourself in a role. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
And then the question becomes is, do I want to be the ambulance? Do I want to be the firefighter? Sorry about this. Do I want to be the firefighter? Is this the right role for me? Is there something to be changed in the team? So do you see how learning and self-awareness goes hand in hand with the assessment? And that is a very nice exercise, a very quick exercise, half a day to 1 day exercise, to not only get them know each other better on a deeper level, but to start thinking, what is my role? Does it make sense in the larger organizational context? Another, and I'm sorry I couldn't take pictures, but people actually being there for confidentiality purposes, is boardroom simulations or situations. One of the things we find is if you simulate and you give them cases that are around your industry, a lot of people really show their true sides under pressure. What that means is, when do people speak? Is this a data-oriented person and only speaks when they have data in front of them? Is this a person who's actually observing what's going on in terms of the team dynamics? Is this a presenter type of person? And this very often gives also a very nice debrief on what a human being needs to develop on, very specifically in your organizational context. Another idea is coming from T groups. Anybody heard of T groups? Stanford Interpersonal Dynamics. This is a picture from that course. Essentially, is how do you engage in deeper, more meaningful conversations? Imagine having people seated for 2 hours together in silence and making them talk. What is going to come up about emotions? Think about on a team level. Now, look at this at an organizational level. When you see this picture, what feeling do you get? Who feels overwhelmed just looking at the chairs? Imagine sitting in those chairs. What emotions surface is very much the state of mind that your employees and your leaders are in. And I think this provides wonderful data and material into what is needed, what is actually going on. So it is a very nice audit tool, an assessment tool, but it's also a very nice leader development tool. And finally, another type of intervention that we work on is coming from the Harvard Kennedy School, adaptive leadership. Anybody heard of adaptive leadership? So a lot of us are spending a lot of time at work, and what Ronald Heifetz calls it is being on the dance floor, executing. And I see that especially alongside Saudi organizations, where your stakes and your deliverables to deliver to the Vision 2030 are so high that there is no moment to take a second out and say, what's actually going on? To go and see the football field from above. So another really nice way what you can do is you can introduce leadership challenges. Leadership challenges are in groups of 5 to 6 people, and you have people consult each other, talk about their problems, then make them turn away, and together have 5 different points of views from the other peers to come up and understand what is actually the person's problem. How can the person deal with that problem? And you can develop a really nice mechanism internally to spread that type of problem solving. So these are just some experiences to summarize that really focus on this. Going underneath the iceberg, 95% of our behavior is unconsciously driven. So, and if you think, I'm sorry to be bringing that example about who you like, who you dislike, who you potentially date, who you potentially don't date. Do you have an Excel sheet to evaluate that? Probably we don't. But oftentimes we don't know why we like certain people. So wouldn't it be wonderful to make the unconscious conscious, at least a little bit? And that's background to all of this work. Well, these were the slide I already showed you guys. Main topics, and I'm just going to go through this very quickly. Main topics we see internationally. So these were the topics we saw in Saudi Arabia quite a bit. In addition to that, these are the topics, if you just focus on the headaches, that we see in leadership development internationally. What is the psychology? How do I gain high performance in changing my mindset? How do I go up? How do I transform organizations? We talked about that quite a bit. How do I show up? How do I show presence, especially in multicultural environment to create impact? How am I developing an entrepreneurial mindset? And I really enjoyed the discussion this morning. What is my mindset on AI? I really loved the discussion this morning. I engage a lot with the US as well, where the topic is all about not, do we use AI, but it's like, so what else are we going to use AI? Is that a really healthy question mark? Or is it actually healthy to be critically asking and challenging, what is it for? And my take on that is, how do you develop a mindset around there? I very much like to comment this morning where we say, how can we adopt a way of working? And I want to give you, as a final, last example around working through and with technology, which is the second topic here. The question becomes, of course, all these great interventions and thoughts that you have in your mind, how do you scale it? We talk about teams, we talk about 20 people, etc. But what if you do want to roll out coaching, or if you want to roll out interventions to 100 of your employees? How do you scale it? Of course you do need technology. This is our approach to that. So Switch is actually a coaching platform. It actually uses AI in two ways, not for the coaching. The first way is, and we use this in collaboration, so we have a lot of projects. One of them is Aramco, another one is we collaborate with Dabakoni, the business school, and we have 500 executives per year going through that. And I give you that number because if you're thinking about hundreds of employees here, it becomes relevant. Do you have time? Do you have the resources to be thinking about, well, how many coaches do I need? How do I pair them? How do I make sure that people attend? How do I track attendance? And more importantly, how do I track whether it's useful for them and what they're working on? And I view this is where technology comes in very handy. So what we do with the platform is, we have people fill out a scientific questionnaire. AI is matching hundreds of employees with hundreds of coaches who are in the background and getting them started. We cut the admin hustle, the communication hustle, etc. Now you might say, we had a lot of people say, well, how about the jobs of people who do this admin jobs? And the answer is, well, how about if you take these people and you actually now say, help them to interpret the data that AI is giving you. And here is a couple of those data, and this is too small. Thinking about what is the attendance rate of people? How often are the sessions being used, and why are they used, and why are they not used? But more importantly, and this ties back, I think, to the first two topics. This is international data from a sample group of over 500 executives. Imagine, this is personal life, inner self, well-being, beliefs, being. This is professional life. This is intrapersonal skills like visioning, acting, and this is how you show up to others. Imagine you have access to your workforce, to this data, and think, well, if most of the people are working on mindset and beliefs, and most people are working on influencing us, how do we create training programs exactly around those topics? How do we learn more about our employees? And it would be a real pleasure to engage more with you on these topics. I'm very much looking forward to mingle and have more dialogue with you. I am really not behind that desk, so I'm mingling. Just come and find the person with the bright blue suit. I think there is only one. Thank you very much for your patience, and I would love to open up for any questions that you might have. Thank you so much.
Got time for one here.
Thank you for sharing that. Saudi has a massive young generation. How are you seeing the generational differences in the work that you're doing? Is that impacting your approach? Is there anything that you do differently?
Hugely, both in assessment as well as in the development. The newer generation does not like assessments in terms of 1 to 10. They are afraid of being shown or given numbers. So the question is about wording, the question is about phrasing, the question is about bringing in softer approaches. So the second part to your question is exactly of, they don't like to be told what is right or wrong, but they like to discover it in a rather soft way on their own. And engaging in a dialogue is something that I see as being very helpful, whether that's through drawings, whether that's through simulation, which is exactly the reason why. It's the touch and feel generation, that's what I get. Yes, oh, sorry, sir.
One more question.
Thank you. So is that in particular to the Saudi society or your general consensus international?
So it is an interesting question. It's actually a general consensus that I see. However, one specific thing that I see with the Saudi society, which I don't see anywhere else, is this pride of I am doing something for my country. And that is especially in the younger generation. And that is the motivator. We haven't talked about motivation a lot and the fuel. But when you put that into perspective and you can explain and translate how their role plays a role in the larger society, and then put it back in the context of how do I now work with expats who don't really understand that, that's where I see the difference and that's where I see the magic happening. Okay.
If you have time.
Is it quick?
Actually,
in one of your first slides, in one of your first slides, you showed Aramco, you showed PIF, and you showed MISC. I worked with the three, and I just wanted to add something regarding what you said about creativity. Now, when you are with a company like Aramco, you know what they are doing. So whatever creativity is only to develop what they are doing. But when you go with MISC, you want to develop leaders. When you go with PIF, there is something very important I'd like to everybody. PIF does give what you call money or support to those who come with creative ideas without being told what to do. Okay? So they make what we call competition. They say, we will give you $500,000, 1 million, or 2 million reals if you bring creative ideas and tell us how you are going to implement it. And this has been very, very successful in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, I will not mention the name, but PIF is doing that.
Thank you so much for that addition. And if I may, as an international angle, space. What I see is you create space for that.
New.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Round of applause for that. Fascinating stuff to me, just in regards to like assessments, asking people to fill things in. I mean, you never really get it true, but the discussions that people have, things like this, we don't even realize that we're kind of giving our insights and opinions. It's just the natural conversations flowing, and that is where creativity comes in those moments. So thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts. So we have now what is going to be an executive roundtable, and also we have one-to-one networking. Now, I will apologise in advance because I'm being asked to read from a list of names who will be going for the executive roundtable, and I might mispronounce some of the names, so please forgive me, all right? But we have Yasser Alamri from Samir Trading. If you can go to the back and go with Zain and the team, they will take you to the room, just so you know. Yasser Alamri. And then we have Mohammed Yamani from Rakia Group, Mayed Al-Turki from the same company, Mutlaq Al-Dubishi from Aqua Power.
You said it correctly.
I said it right? Thank you, sir. Okay. Mohammed Zashan. I can't pronounce the company name, I won't go there. know who Riyadh? I think we met before actually. So, okay. Saeed Sajil Ahmed from Deloitte. Hadil Al-Bassam from RATP Development. Jerry Modesto, making it hard. Boeing from Boeing Company. Ayman Al-Hashmi from Reflect. Mara from Alefa Company. And Mishari Al-Gambi from Asmon. So if you can go to the back, and if you go to Jacob at the back of the room, he will then take you for the executive roundtable. But the names I haven't mentioned, if you are interested to explore what the executive roundtable is, which is the human experience journey in the future of work, and this will be led by Nasheen Santali from the TEI Consultant and Talent Expertise. I know there are a couple of spaces left, so if you want to give it a go there, see if you can get in, then please. If not, we have one-to-one and networking which is going on here. As you can see, you've got a team around the site to have a chat with, discussion with, and I will announce again when we're going to come back for the next panel discussion. Okay, thank you everybody. Taking your seats, we're going to start again in the next couple of minutes. We have our next keynote speaker. Did everyone hear me? A couple of minutes, yeah, thank you. Our next keynote speaker, the topic of discussion is algorithmic management, a new trend and the next HRM future. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mahmoud Al-Abdali, who is a doctoral scholar at King Abdullah Aziz University. Everyone can welcome up Mahmoud, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mahmoud Al-Abdali, and I will have the pleasure to deliver this keynote to you. So let me just introduce myself. I'm an HR professional still since 2007, and the different occupations or jobs that relevant to the specialized or generalist NHRs, back and forward, from general back to the specialized, and again from specialized to general, and the different industries: healthcare, insurance, FMCG, oil and gas, real estate, from the different type of organizations, which is multinationals and local, and also from the government schools. So today I will deliver sessions relevant to the algorithmic management and the application in HRs, which is a new trend, and also define the future of human resources. So before I start, anyone hear about the algorithmic management? Anyone hear about this concept, algorithmic management, before this keynote? So great. So let's talk about our agenda today. So mainly is just presenting what's the algorithmic management, what's its applications, case studies or examples, and how we can move forward with the applications, and even the challenge in that application, and what's the current status, and also what is the next future. So before we go into the details of the keynotes, anyone can guess what is the content of the algorithmic management? Just guessing. So even if you didn't hear about it. What does it look like? Expect. Yes. Any idea? Algorithmic management. Or the first key words, algorithm. Or algorithm. Any idea?
I think it is Yes.
No problem.
It's more of a data-driven management approach.
Data-driven management approach. What else? Good insights, good missing. What else? More on that. Trends. Other idea? Algorithmic management.
Automated process.
Automations. Part of it, definitely.
Predictive model. Predictive model.
Predictive models relevant to the forecasting and predictions. Yes. What else? Real time. Who said that? It is a key word actually, and this is the difference between the algorithm and the AI and the other things. So what is the algorithms? This is the first thing. Is a rule or functions or a formula or even a complicated mathematical models that drive the data, analyze it, and in a real-time base to take the decisions, not giving you an insight. And this is a key thing about the difference between algorithmic management and AI or the disruptive technology. Algorithmic can connect the entire group of the disruptive technology or emerging technology, AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, blockchains, big data analysis, all of that in a very complex model and formula that reach to take decisions on behalf of the management or even the leadership. And its application right now, it's there in the market actually in the different organizations. But let's talk about the history and how we reached to the algorithms. So the history started from the manual practices of HR, filling forms by pens and papers, etc. And then the first things came to the EHRM. Okay, the electronic human resource management, where it comes the manual forms automated and the, let's say, SharePoints or in the intranets, etc., and then the applications goes to the workflow and etc. Then it moved to the digitalizing the HR practices through the HRIS, Human Resource Information System, and the Management System, Human Resource Management System, HRMS. And this is called the digitalized era of the HRMS that the most of us living with it, with the ARB or the standalone HR systems that automate and take the profiles of the employees, starting from the life cycles, from the candidate to the employee, and in case there is a separation of the employee. All of that life cycle digitalize and automate. But what's next? It's not on that level. Right now, the algorithms is there, and it's built on the disruptive technology, and soon the application will be extended. Right now, we can find that in Uber, for example. They use an algorithmic management model that designed specifically for their purpose and their systems, where they evaluate the drivers or the capture based on the performance of the driving, the behaviors, the customer's feedback, and the way they reach from a point to another, and how many customers that they can serve. All of that information even concerns with the area and where they stop, and also putting themselves in the very, let's say, busy spots, or how they can reach to their clients easily or faster than others. And the system directly evaluates the captain and even suggest or even pay the incentive based on that complex model. They fire also captain based on that. Okay? Even give insights or decisions to the people that that area is very busy. You need to bring a workforce there, this number of captains to serve your customers better than others without human intervention. All of that happens with the machine learning, Internet of Things, AI, and the other also blockchains. All of that comes in. So why we use the algorithms? And Deliveroo is the same things, Amazon, the same also concepts or the same models. The key things that differentiate how you design your algorithm. So this is a key differentiations between an organization and another, and even it reached to a digital competitive advantage. And right now, as we speak, the competition is not the business to business directly. The competition comes to the talents that you have, and unfortunately, the talents pool is shrinking. especially in the different industry. And then the second competition level, it comes on the supply chain. No competition happen right now in this era on the level of business to business. Everyone can do the business. The only thing is how your supply chain is effective and how your tenants there drive that businesses. So how we can apply the algorithmic managements or algorithmic human resource management in our HR as we are a professional. So most of us are HR, and hopefully that we have, let's say, a talent acquisition team who are from the talent acquisition. Okay, so we have some people from talent acquisition. So just imagine that you are attending the HR leader conference in Riyadh today, and there is 100 or 200 CVs or even thousands of CVs that waiting you. That algorithms read the CV, analyze, and put the 3 recommendations, and even if the algorithm designed to do the interview, it can run the interview through that algorithm and give you the insights and even take the decision or sending the effort while you're attending that conference. It can be done through that algorithms. Without or with intervention of human, this is based on the algorithm design itself, partially or fully interventions of the human also based on that. But if you eliminate that intervention of human, it comes to the algorithm. If you have a partially or fully intervention of the human, you use the disruptive technology, it's not a fully algorithms. So the beauty of the algorithms is that can eliminate the load of the work and also can automate it. Definitely the application has a difficult and complicated challenge and even a dark side. The first things, ethical part. Who will assure that the standards and the input of the formula and the algorithm is based on the ethical and legal part? So that one should be considered in the design, and it should be in the design that algorithm can learn from the mistakes that they do, because algorithms do mistakes. The second thing is data privacy. So in Uber case, and I think you are familiar with that, they have a roundtable meetings with Apple. And Apple said to them directly, give us a justification that we didn't kick you off outside of the App Store. Because of what? Breaching the privacy of the captains and the customers. So right now, so they will use that kind of trackings and the information to meet the requirement. Because of the privacy and confidentiality of the people and the traceability. So everything is about collecting tons of data and doing the analysis in no time. So that, and also the governance and regulation standards against the algorithms or even the AI practices in the work environment or in our life. What's the next? So is these challenges stop the algorithmic management? The answer is what? No, it is in our day-to-day is already there. Some of the organizations, they already have the plan to do it, either locally or globally. These concepts, although it is on the academic fields or under research and development field, however, it's already in the practical. It comes to the practical gradually, but the speed of the applications and the activation, you cannot imagine of the practicality and the value added to the people life or the professional life. So, what is the next? We need to build what? Let's get back to that model. We need to build our capability in the HR functions that can fit in the new era, because the new era of the digitalizations and the AI and the algorithmic is there. So we need to be ready, which is the HR digital maturity and capability. So that one will do that atmosphere or the ecosystems of the human resource management using the algorithms. So research confirms that the algorithmic human resource, if it's designed well and the usage of the algorithms is fit with the organizational purpose and also the objectives, can deliver a high advanced things and can take HR strategic decisions. It's not about automating the day-to-day operation or services or transaction. It is built and designed to take decisions and strategic decision, and this is can impact the entire competitive and digital advantage of the organizations. So we need to be ready, prepared, and also trying to explore how our life will look like in HR when these kind of technology or advanced emerging and disruptive technology embedded in our practices. And make your plans from now, even if it's not practical right now. However, be ready, and building the capability and maturity is helping to draw our future in HR field. Thank you for your listening. If you have any questions, feedback, comments? Questions?
She can go first. Yeah, I was going to say thank you very much, but thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I just said something 2 days back to my colleagues, and I was like, data is the new oil. So we definitely need it.
Yeah.
And thank you for bringing this up.
It is. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So mine is not a question, it's a comment. So what I just saw is very music to my ears, because you talk always about the strategic role that can HR play. And unless we free HR people and executives from all the day-to-day work, how can they be more free to focus on how to make decisions based on data and how these informative decisions can help the organization grow? So we cannot like jump into, let's say, AI without all these steps that you mentioned and without leveraging on the data and even train our people on what insights or decisions they can make based on this 360-degree data. And for that, HR leaders, in my opinion, they should be sitting at the table at every executive meeting so that they understand the business. Because what's making them now like sit aside and be thought of as administrative is that they are not sharing the decision making with business people. How can HR can have marketing and making their work better, sales, and even IT? How can HR bring the team that can leverage and adapt to the AI and have all this talent to really drive the organization forward? So what you just showed, thank you for that. It really encompasses and summarizes everything about the strategic role of HR. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for your comments. I'm building on that definitely, which is the digital, the HR digital and capability maturity should be there and built. Thank you.
Thank you.
You recommend any software platform that utilizes the algorithmic
Based on my knowledge, up to this moment, there is no commercialized platform that provides you this service, but there is consultations that they can design it and build it in your ERP or in your applications. I'll give you, to answer your questions, I know one of the organizations that they try to design something to recognize the voice of the people when they talk internally through the extension or the application or even the meetings through the online platforms. And based on that, they will suggest that some of the groups are disengaged, some of the groups have the intention to decide to leave the organizations, and some of them are not a team player, for example, of that problem. So, and even they reach to recognize their voice for the customer care, for example, and see those who can serve the customers with that happiness and all that. So all of that designs is happen based on your secure customizations. Up to this moment, based on my knowledge, I don't know if there is an application that commercializes that directly to you.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this from a job seeker point of view. In Saudi markets specifically, we have so many challenges with job seekers, high talented job seekers. As they don't have the skill in CV writing, for example, and matching the applicant training system, ATS for competence. And majority of companies are using potential talents, high potential talents, just for the matter of not knowing how to write a CV that really matches the algorithms. So does this provide any kind of solutions from the perspective and serve the company to find the highest potential calibers much more easier? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So to answer that, let's get back to the cycle of the people when they apply the jobs. And then the algorithms start to, just imagine this scenario, and the algorithms start to work to define that applicants and the applications with the job requirement and even with the organizational objectives and the role fit in that organizations. So they collect all of that data and reach to that decisions. So the algorithms is smart enough to understand more than the AI because they can track things relevant to the applicants even before they apply. For example, if you ask the permission to log to their LinkedIn, so they can evaluate based on their activity in the LinkedIn. If they have some of the practices on the social media, for example, and they give the access permission to that algorithm to track and so all of that data, it is cleansed and summarized in front of the recruiter if that algorithm designed based on the intervention of the human or even without that. So they select best of the fit, and some of the tests that happen for a different algorithm, their selection sustains with the high level of the accuracy and credibility. So thank you. Hopefully you enjoy the sessions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mahmoud. We've made up a little bit of time, which is nice. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is breaking for lunch. 5 minutes. Okay. Should I do it forwards or?
Yeah, you take the call.
You want a story?
Yeah.
Not bedtime story.
All right, I've got a story. Yeah? Okay. So I've been asked to tell stories before, and a lot of the time it's around a sports figure or somebody that's been successful. And the truth is, I've heard all those stories before. So the person I like to talk about quite a bit is my mum. And she's been through quite a lot in her life. And one thing that happened around about 25 years ago now, she got left some inheritance money from her mother. And they decided that they wanted to buy a property. And they were going to buy this home in Spain. And it was a really, really important thing to do. So they purchased the property, my mum and my dad. And they put the money into an account. And they were about to complete with the property. And the developer calls up and they said, we're still waiting on the payment. And my mum said, we sent the money last week. There was no money in the account. Nothing had been delivered, nothing received. The money was gone. And to my mum, that was like the end of the world. It was ridiculous that somebody could take the money. So she went on this journey to explore what's actually happened. She doesn't take no for an answer. My mum is, I call her Superwoman, Super Mum. So she found out that the company which she used to give the money to make the currency exchange to pounds to euros, they've got into liquidation. They've been bankrupt. And my mum heard that there was a court hearing where a bankruptcy court. So she went there, and as she's gone there, she steps into the room and she hears the gavel being dropped. Bang! You know, this company is now in liquidation. And she says, they're not in liquidation, they've got my money. And the judge says, who are you? She said, they have my money. He said, you can't say that. She said, it's true. So you can see that my mum was in a bit of a state. So he spoke with her afterwards, and he said, look, you can't go saying things like that. He's like, mate, I've got my money. So he gave her a little bit of advice. And he said, maybe you're not the only person this has happened to. Like making her aware, but not allowed to say it, because she wasn't allowed to say anything. So she found this one other person. And what happened was, this company had gone and stolen money from hundreds of people. Now, it was huge companies which could lose millions of dollars, but it was also individuals that had taken all of their money that they'd saved for their lives, and they bought property in Spain. They were going to move there from England, and that was going to be their retirement home. Gone, the money all gone. So they decided, we're not going to take this lightly. So my mum, she met with a barrister, a lawyer, and they said, look, I think we've got a case here, but you need to get every single person on board. Otherwise we can't put this together. Everyone has to be on board with this. And you need to pay us to do this. Now imagine you've lost a load of money, someone's going to call you up and say, hey, sorry you lost your money, we need to do a case, we need more money from you. That's what my mum had to do. She went around everybody and got them to believe that it was possible to fight these people. Now what was really interesting was they said there's no evidence of this. And it's interesting, there's a famous movie called Law-Abiding Citizen. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Okay? And my mum, from over 20 years ago, she still had a brochure of the property that she bought. And in there, it said, your money is protected in a client trust account. So she said to the barrister, the lawyer, she said, well, what is this? He said, we might have something here. And rather than going after the exchange company, who had already been liquidated, bankrupt, they're gone, they've done a run and never to be seen again, what had happened was, there was someone in the exchange company that was in cahoots with one of the biggest banks in the UK. And they allowed them to go into the bank, into the client trust account, and take all the money. There were two people partnering together. So we didn't go after the exchange company, we went after the bank. Now you can imagine, they don't want this in the public eye, but they were very clever. Because remember, I said at the beginning, we had people that lost millions of pounds or dollars or euros, and people who had lost their life savings. And we were fighting them. They said, look, we put our hand up, we'll give you the money back with a little bit of interest, but if you want to fight us, we'll drag this out for years and years and years. And think of the people that will never get their money back from their lifetime savings. So they used that against my parents and the other people. But they were able to get the money back when they said it was impossible. The judge, no, not possible. And they had a big gathering with all of the people who had lost their money. They came together and they had a party to celebrate. And everyone was giving a round of applause to the barrister, to the lawyer, and he stood up. He said, I'll tell you now, this is nothing to do with me. This is all down to Felicity Clare, who's my mum. So, thank you very much.
Another story.
Good afternoon, everybody. We all going to take our seats, please. We're starting with our next panel discussion.
That was there in the very beginning, like towards the end of the video.
And also, pardon? You're with me? Okay. Thank you so much. Also, as well, from what I asked of you this morning, let's have a mid-event check-in. Are we in line with what we want to achieve during this day? Some of you, hopefully all of you, have written down at the beginning what you wanted from this event, what you were looking to achieve. Yeah, let's do a mid-session review, mid-event review. Everyone loves a performance review, okay? Are we in line with that at the moment? Think to yourself, if I'm not, what can I be doing to achieve what I wanted to do? Yeah? So, without further ado, our panel discussion is going to be the topic of developing a multicultural workplace to enhance global competitiveness for Vision 2030. And I will welcome on stage, first of all, our panel moderator, Mr. Ziad Al-Saidi, who is the Director of Organizational Performance at AWQAF. Yeah, that's it right? Yeah? Thank you. Yeah, okay, perfect. And it's in no particular order, so please feel free. We have the next panelists, which are Ibrahim Al-Shakri, Fahad Afridi, Magdalene Bulgari, and Leon Aiden. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Walking now. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion. We promise you with a lot of insights that we're going to get out of this panel discussion with our experts for today. It's an interesting topic, and nowadays, as we go along to achieve, we have a lot of initiatives that are going on in order to achieve 2030 vision, and we have a lot of companies that the government we're supporting or building in partnership with BIF, and all the discussions around multicultural and work environment culture as well. So I'm sure that we're going to get a lot from our experts for today. Before we start, we'll give them the chance to brief them, to give a brief about themselves and their background, starting with you, Fahad.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fahad Al-Raidi, I'm Director of Coca-Cola. I hold a MBA in HR conservation. I'm also approved, certified professional and facilitator from multiple HR organizations like SHRM, CIBD, HRCI, and ATT. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today.
Thank you, Fahad.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Jacqueline Bukhari. I'm the Chief People and Culture Officer at a company called EBIC, ABIQ, which is we're in charge of building infrastructure for electrical vehicles, charge point stations, over 25 years of experience, although I'm very young, thank you very much. I'm again certified in various aspects, I'm a graduate, and I run a business called Victorious Aspire, Achieve, Inspire, to help a lot of other women, younger women, to grow in their business skills, inshallah.
Pleasure to have you with us, Ibrahim. You can try
Hello.
My name is Ibrahim Al-Shaqawi. I know you haven't pronounced it correctly, so it's okay. I forgive you.
Sorry.
So, I had the learning and development for Jasser Holding, the holding company that has Arabian and Odelete and many other organizations up to that group. So what we do is we look at all the learning and development activities, not only for the sake of enriching knowledge, but actually to develop performance culture to the organization. I'm also a performance coach and CRPD tutor. Having this background in mind and working with the different sectors like retail, contact center, FMCG, we're trying very hard to empower Saudi nationals to the emerging market, emerging market of the retail. So that's what we do currently.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Leon Aidel, I'm co-founder and managing partner of Sterling. Sterling, we're based in Riyadh, also Dubai, South Africa, and the UK, and really focused specifically in Saudi Arabia on finding, assessing, and developing the talent that will deliver 2030, as you mentioned. My background, I'm an ex-British officer. I worked in counter-terrorism and diplomatic service. I've been consulting for the last 18 years, leading organizations across 4 continents. And from that, all I can tell you is every day is a school day. I'm very much a student of leadership, and hopefully share some of those insights with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lan. And a pleasure to have you all with us. Starting with you, Fahad, and we had a discussion about the topic today. Let me ask you this: what are the key components of a successful talent management strategy based on what you are doing in your organization that supports the cultural diversity as well as supporting achieving the organizational goals?
Okay, Ziad, just before answering your question directly, let me put some context to the topic. Saudi Arabia itself is a multicultural country. We have multiple areas with different habits, with different subcultures, but we are all at the end of the day Saudis. We came from the Western region, South, East, North, Central, and each has its own specific characteristics. However, Saudi is a very ambitious nation. Crown's Prince Mohammed bin Salman have stated Vision 2030, which leverage Saudi Arabia towards the leading countries in the globe. And this needs the global element to be. And it's not a secret. Prince Mohammed bin Salman has announced that the target for 2030 is to reach 50% expat workforce by then. And although a nation has to be sufficient in its resources, but to build the capabilities to provide the exposure, you need to have this external expertise. So it's a mix, it's a formula, a success formula, I would say, between the local talent and the external talent within the Saudi market, inshallah, toward achieving the Vision 2030 collectively, inshallah, with the efforts of all. Answering your specific question, Ziad, for sure, setting the right policies to welcome the diverse talents, putting the right criteria for selection and recruitment, paving the way for clear career paths, and having an engaging environment to having all in one organization to achieve its goals. And let me add some recent personal flavor. We have just onboarded some experts. I always say to, working as head of HR at Coca-Cola Saudi Arabia, I always say we don't only produce a refreshment drink. It's a comprehensive value chain of practices from procurement to manufacturing, warehousing, marketing, and selling, up to the standard of the first brand, F&B brand globally. So, and we are providing the exposure at this level. And to maintain this competitiveness, we are attracting talent from across the globe, from Coca-Cola system, from countries like Europe, Southern America, Asia, Arab countries, and so on. So we ensure this mixture will provide the needful experience, exposure, and to the local talents. And also, a recent case, we have just new leadership onboarded to the company. I was very keen during the induction to the regional Saudi inductions that they sense the local subcultural flavors. So we went to the south, we ate tasabih, we went to the RCL Riyadh, we went to Jeddah, we went to the Balad areas, we tried Western region food, East, Central, and so on, just to ensure that they understand the culture, they are engaged, and at the end of the day, they understand the business, they understand the consumer behavior, the customer behavior, and we can take it from their rules.
Great. Let me know the CEO is still working with you or he just left. Majduddin for the last 25 years, which is, you went through a lot of transformations, And when we talk about culture, we have different perceptions, different terminologies. People say a lot about culture. But from your experience, how can an organization build culture, build the right culture and fitting their organization and supporting them to achieve their goals? So what they need to do?
So, continuing from where he left off, it's interesting to understand that we are humans of the globe. I've managed teams across the globe, and we all have the same demands, the same requirements, the family ties, the family issues, and all of that. So we are humans of the globe, not the much necessarily, but across the globe, we are humans of this world. And it's not just, it's a sense of to foster a global culture, to ensure innovation and creativity. Right? And this is where Saudi is going. Across the years, I believe it's generally the leadership. If your leadership is with you in creating that culture and sustains that culture, it's going to happen. But additionally, it's also in the way we recruit, right? In the way we attract talent. It's very important. We need to use common sense when we attract humans of the globe. Right? We are all people, we all have the same demands, and we have to understand what the requirements are. In SF, we create policies and processes and organizations that don't have common sense. I don't understand why they built them, right? And that's very important. Another one is awareness. You need to make sure that your teams, your organizations, your leadership, and everyone else is in the same ride and they have that awareness. Because you need to create safe environments for us to share our ideas, but also give feedback. Right? I always get this question, I don't know how to manage him because he's Saudi and I'm not. Excuse me, this is BS. Right? We're all humans, we all need to be managed, it's based on performance. Don't come and tell me that you don't know how to manage a Saudi because you're an expatriate in this country. Okay? You were brought in because you have the right qualifications, the right leadership, right? And you need to manage whether he is now Saudi, whether he's not Saudi. I hear comments from others saying, Filipinos are not going to be managed well by Indians. Excuse me, again, that's another BS for me. It depends on our qualifications. We are humans altogether. We need to learn how to do that. Some of the same things that I've done across various organizations is basically having cross-cultural training, right? Meaning I need to pick up these different cultures that I bring in and train people on the different cultures that I have. Respecting people's days through international coverages helps them. So what we did is, in one of the organizations, I had over 36 nationalities. And we have, I don't know how many days a year. So we were able to have different national days. I'm not saying independence, I'm not saying the Independence Day or the Saudi National Day. We had different national days when different countries came together to showcase who they are. So it was dress, it was custom, it was food, and it was even language. You need to help people understand who they work with, because eventually, most of the food we eat is almost similar. Right? Most of the dress is almost similar, and many of the languages take from each other. So it's very important to understand that we are all coming from one place.
Great. Thank you, Majdi. I remember when I was working with hotel industry. So in our calendar, we were having like 13 holidays across during the year, and it wasn't that difficult. When you say it, it doesn't take that much. You need that you want to do it, and you gotta do that. And it has a lot of impact on all the employees. They were engaged because of this small gesture, let's say, and celebrating from where they come.
We need to have the courage to celebrate the celebrations that happen. We don't celebrate it, and we don't have the courage to accept the people that come.
You mentioned leadership, Majdi, and let me go to Ibrahim about this question. You are working in learning and development. So let's say we get the recruitment right from Liam, and we have the right talents on board. How learning and development teams that they can build a strategy to, let's say, take leadership role beyond what we would expect from them, and making sure that they have the right competencies to make sure all the employees are engaged and they're celebrating the diversities that they have in their departments. How learning and development strategies can support this?
That's a great question, and I believe, first of all, diversity, having diversity in the team is an asset. So having a diverse team is really helpful, especially with fast-paced industry like retail. It actually builds higher customer engagement, because the more people would bring genuinely from their perspective, from their culture, that will help them tell the story to the different audience. So it actually helps them build personal connections to customers, which helps from a customer engagement point of view. And when you go to a learning and development strategy, I always believe that a learning strategy has to always start with the business objectives in mind. If our learning strategy is away from our strategic direction, then it would be a waste of effort, because it wouldn't serve the right purpose. So thinking objectives, like in retail, I think numbers, I think customer satisfaction, I think expansion, I think products, and then I go backward. So when it comes to team diversity, it's crucial to have, as Magdalene rightly mentioned, what we go in your onboarding program. You bring this cross-cultural communication courses, and you make sure that native people that deliver that program. So let's say if I'm hiring people from Egypt here, so I make Saudis they deliver the training. I'm hiring from here to UAE, so an Emirati will deliver the training. It really helps. And one of the initiatives I've done with the ex-employer is we exchange language courses every Saturday. So we come and exchange. So I teach you a little bit of Arabic, teach me a little bit of Indian, or a little bit of Tagalog, and we exchange languages. So we use it in idioms and greetings. It builds connection. But most importantly, the profound matter of this subject is the inclusive communication. I remember a feeling once I was in a meeting. I don't want to mention the nationality of the language, but the stakeholders of the meeting, they speak a different language that I speak. It's no English, it's no Arabic. So I felt a little bit, missed out. And when I move to another companies, do you feel this happens quite a lot? As human nature, we tend to somehow twist our mother tongue. But keeping that in mind, that everyone in the room is part of your decision, and you don't know who's going to contribute to your success. So I believe inclusive communication is a key. Speaking with the right language, the language that everyone speaks, and listen to everyone is pretty amazing. And last but not least, having an initiative that supports inclusiveness, that supports also the sharing. Everyone shares his own or her own culture. So, like in our group, we have the happiness move. So, happiness move is something that happens every month. Every month we have a theme, and that theme focuses on increasing engagement and boosting performance. It's a fun activity. Everyone forgets about their rank, and everyone participates. So it brings the collaboration engagement once again.
That's great to share. Liam, when I checked your LinkedIn profile yesterday, I've seen that you worked in different countries. So let me ask you this. Is it matter that we are embracing multicultural environment to our organizations? And I'll take some context as well, that we have many local organizations, either rated by BIF or by other locals. They are trying or aiming to have a global footprint as well. Is this going to impact or enhance their global competitiveness, or what? Why we should have multicultural environment?
I think the case for multicultural diversity has been made by my fellow panelists, but again, preaching to the choir somewhat, but let me expand on that. Let's look at the group here today. Raise your hand if you're from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And if you're from beyond the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, raise your hand. And again, I look at my own team here, people from England, Saudi Arabia, Zimbabwe, South Africa. So by its very essence, we don't live in a monochromatic, monocultural environment. And the markets we serve are the monochromatic or monocultural. So there are frequent cases for diversity. And I'm going to focus on perhaps what I would think to be the most important. You touched upon the moral case, because embracing diversity and inclusivity is really critical. There is a legal case as well, from an HR perspective, quite rightly. But it's the business case that is the most compelling. And if we are not representing our target markets and demographics within our workforce, how can we understand them? So yes, diversity is about an international nature, it's about gender, age, culture, nationality, but it's also about psychographic elements as well. How do we understand our customer if we all think the same? Now, successful international performance cultures do not occur by accident. It's around intentionality. And it's not one silver bullet, one thing. It's the aggregation of a series of 2-3% that actually improves. So be it a celebration day, celebrating culture, come and be yourself, understanding the impact of communication. Quite often, foreigners, I say foreigners as an Englishman, international people speaking English are far better at communicating with each other in English than English people with international people, because of the subtle norms and the English we learn in the UK. So again, being really conscious of how we communicate is really important from an inclusivity perspective. And it's something that can be missed out in international organizations as well. And something we've said that's been said subtly here, and I'm going to say quite explicitly, if we want to compete internationally, we have to look at what is an international performance culture. And an efficient performance culture transcends borders, embraces the authenticity of the individuals in the team and their regions, and it doesn't apologize for it. So the talk about, well, I can't manage a salary, I can't manage someone, we have to learn how to do that if we are to compete. And we can't be expected to know how to do that without any deliberate training, intentionality. You know, we need emotionally intelligent leaders who have growth mindsets who actually say, I know how to operate in the UK. Guess what, coming to Saudi Arabia, I had to learn some lessons. I worked in South Africa for 10 years. I had to learn how to make myself understand culturally. But the ultimate fact is, we go to business not socially. We go to work to win. If we're not endeavoring to win by including our team and driving behind the mission, our businesses are going to fail. And I think if you speak to people from any nationality, any culture, everybody goes to work to win and be successful. If we don't create that environment as organizations and leaders, we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Thank you, Rio. Fahad will ask you, let's say that we have diversity now in place, it's not enough for us to retain it. As mentioned by Mr. Ibrahim, it's very important and crucial for us as well. So, how we can get the culture as main pillar for any retention strategy that we have in our organization? Because people sometimes their expectations, it comes to pay, it comes to learning and development, but also they need to be recognized. They need to feel that they like to work here. They want to spend 8 hours within your organization. How can we consider in any retention strategy the culture better within our strategies?
The detailed strategies was covered by the other colleague panelists, but I would summarize it. The HR goal is to create an environment where a diverse talent feel valued and inclusive. So if this is put in mind and on the top of the agenda of the leadership and the HR, then the ways is unlimited. So they need to feel valued as a diverse talent and included. From the hiring process, onboarding to the culture, engaging them in outdoors activities, getting to know the Saudi. Saudi is one of the main pillars for the Saudi Vision 2030 is tourism, visit Saudi, entertainment, and so on. So they need to be part of that. Framing formally and informally programs that goes in line with the Saudi Vision, and have, say, site visits to such locations, understanding the Saudi culture, having a performance-driven culture within the organization, where a non-Saudi can manage Saudis based on his or her performance, rewarding recognition. And it's a comprehensive exercise. But the first step is to put in mind that diverse talent and to be valued and included. This is just to summarize it, and I think most of that was covered by the other panelists.
Let me move from this point also, Fahad. Some of the audiences may say that this is all from theoretical art. They have to be valued, they have to be engaged, we're going to celebrate with all these things. What kind of tangible improvements that we can see or measure when we do all these efforts? How we can measure that and go to the C-suite of the board of directors? We have done this, and that's why the culture is very important to embrace multicultural environment. This is what we have achieved. What kind of tangible improvements that we can measure and build a business case to sustain the leadership support, to sustain and to have sponsors for all these efforts from our board of directors? How can we measure all these efforts? And please, if you have any comment on this question, just jump in on that.
All right, so the buzzword, diversity and inclusion, we have to set goals, we have to measure where we are. If you do it that way, you're not going to get anywhere. What we've done, we're a very small organization. I have 32 people today. Of these 32, I have 10 different nationalities with multi-dimensional nationalities, so double nationalities. I never focused how many females I'm going to hire, but I'm at 27% female rate in the organization. Why am I doing this? I'm doing it out of passion because I want to do it. What do I have? I don't have audits for my diversity and inclusion. I have check-ins with the employees, making sure that everybody understands that they're on the same track. In many organizations, we've had great retention rates, but I remember, and this is a real story, when I first started at the National Guard Hospital, I was a Saudi who didn't understand her culture. Right? I didn't understand my culture at all, and I was working for a semi-military hospital where, I had to teach nurses coming in from all over the world what it means to be living in the Saudi culture and working with the Saudi people. So I had nurses coming in saying, why is she asking me for a bed sheet to put on the floor? I'm like, because you're gonna have coffee and tea and dates in the suites. What do you mean there are children who are sitting on the bed with the patient? I'm like, because that's how we show affection and love and care. So it's important to understand the stories that are happening on the floor and then relate them to your employees so they understand what's happening. Retention rates of nurses that left in the first 3 months exceptionally changed that way. They were able to understand what culture they're coming in from. I had people from Finland, I had people from Ireland, didn't understand what it meant to live in the Saudi culture, and especially in that tribal area of the National Guard, and how people thought we delivered. You come today, for example, we have mentorship programs where we have to find the proper match, and the proper match does not mean the same gender or the same nationality. It's a proper match in terms of needs. What do you need as a mentee, and what do I have as mentor so that I can match you? Once people find that value there in the conversations and in the meaningful impact, it's going to help a lot. Do we build core values that really embed this in us? Do we have activities that do that? The minute you have set goals and targets for your diversity and inclusion, you're going to fail. I don't know if you agree with me, but I don't believe in targets.
It's a really interesting topic, and I think if you're an emotionally aware, multicultural leader, as you clearly are, you live and breathe the management. I've worked with some other people, managers, often fellow Irishmen, that need a bit of help and guidance. And quite often, if you don't measure it, people don't pay attention to it. I really do believe in what you're saying. I think if you really embed the values and vision in your organization and recruit and train people aligned to those values and visions, you won't. But I've just had experiences really coming from a monocultural environment. People don't necessarily understand difference and diversity. It's not second nature to you, so we have to help them sometimes. And that's just a little bit of my experience there.
Totally agree. But what the goals measuring, sometimes we should know what we have. And let's say we should do current state assessments, what we are lacking, where we want to be. I totally agree with it. It comes from passion first. You want to do this and you believe on it. If you don't, whatever you're going to have in papers or presentations or whatever slides, it doesn't gonna come to light at all. But sometimes we need to know where we want to go, what we have, what our issue.
some of the things that we've developed is the unbiased or the unconscious bias training, which is very important in organizations to teach those that don't understand what we're talking about to be able to do that. You have to have your regular surveys and check-ins to understand, are you on the right track? Are we following through? And finally, something called the Employee Resources Group. So you look for the minorities and you make sure that you have a resources group for them to have these regular check-ins and these regular buy-ins. I'm not saying that I'm not a person that doesn't live with goals or KPIs. I live and breathe them. I come doing my homework, so I'm that person. I'm saying once diversity and inclusion is driven through a set target, I need to have this set target of people or activities. It doesn't follow through as positively with an impact. The way I'm saying that's all I can do.
Totally. Ibrahim, for the same point, because we just focus, how can we get the tangible improvements and how can we measure this? If you're getting use a metric model in whatever learning efforts that you are doing, also you get a look what happened after the training program. So performance, how can we measure performance after any learning and development related to embracing multicultural environment? Have we done any exercises like this? Do you have anything you might share?
Well, we have made a huge exercise. I took a burden myself. I joined before, I joined another family business, but my manager with Chris Coker is a British guy. He was the chief operational officer, and once I joined, I was the L&D manager who reports to the operations. And he said, okay, Brian, you have two options. Whether you choose your KPIs becomes a sales metrics, or it becomes a kind of a qualitative metric. And I said, is that a choice? He said, well, if you choose the qualitative metrics, if the hits the fan, then I will sacrifice you. But if you become a revenue generator, I cannot lose you. And I said, it seems like there is no choice. And I will take the sales metrics. Then everything changes. I start thinking sales and backward. So the best thing to do that is to identify what success looks like from a stakeholder point of view. Why I'm here. Let's say, and I love always to ask a question, if you have a magic wish, what would you want Ibrahim to achieve after his 6 months or 3 months probation period? And most of where I come from retail, they look at profit, they look at numbers. So why not speaking that language and speaking? I know that attrition and performance and knowledge and upskilling and reskilling are very beautiful words, but guess what? Only us in the room who enjoys that. But when you go to marketing, when you go to sales, when you go to operations, buying team, VM, you speak different language. That's why I believe one of the ladies here mentioned that HR is a little bit isolated from the executive meetings. So back to your question, so how to ensure that you measure the performance of any learning activity? It's actually starting by understanding the business, understanding the role of which you're catering that training for, and what is it exactly that is expected from that person to deliver? The key behaviors and skills, right? And who is identifying that need? Is the line manager and the person himself or herself? So they identify what I'm doing now, and then afterwards you go and customize your learning and customize it for relevancy. Your training not only has to be customized, it has to be relevant to the industry. Like what we've done, Arabian has recently, myself and the team established the Arabian Academy. We've built a bond with French Foundation. So we got the expertise and best practice from international, but we brought our localized experience. Because other than this, what would you do if you know about the English labor law or the FDA rules of France? However, you want to know about Saudi SFDA, right? So you need to customize your content, not only to cater for the needs of the audience, but also to become relevant to the country that where you're working at. So what we do is the very famous model, which is Kirkpatrick model that measures the reaction, how people are happy, but also measures the knowledge, how much knowledge have you gained and retained, and most importantly, did your behavior change? So first I go to you as a stakeholder and I say, okay, how I'm doing, my rate will be 2.5 out of 5. Then after the training, he will go to you again, how I'm doing. So if he or she admitted that there's a change in behavior, they are my clients, so they have to say that. If you play smart and you work with numbers and charts to prove that you are one of the best L&D professionals, unless your client does not admit that, then what is the purpose? And eventually, measuring the ROI. When I know it's a very hot topic, but I'll tell you, I confidently say that I have influenced by 10% of our performance, sales performance purely. And I'll tell you very quickly how did I do that. So I went to the stakeholders and said, that sales director, what do you think from your perspective influences sales? He said new stores opening, new products launches, marketing campaigns, discounts. I said, that's all. He said, yes. I said, what about learning? He said, I don't feel like measures. And I said, fair enough. You know what? What will I do is I will get back to our data team. I want you to pick a time in a year where we didn't have any discounts, where we didn't have any new products, no new launches, just eliminate all of these factors. And guess what? I found only 18 days out of 365 days. 18 days only in a year, that isolating all these factors. And what did I do is I measured the training outcome for this year and the year after. So a year that you have not obtained the training, and another year after you have attained the training, and like for like, we have shown 10% improvement of the sales. This exercise needs sweat, needs lots of effort to understand the business, to understand the product, to understand the dynamics of the business, and becoming very agile and flexible with your business model.
That's great. That's great, thank you. I was saying the same thing because this is not an easy thing to measure if our employees, leaders are embracing the multicultural environment that we have in our organization. And it's hard also to track as well. Your company is working also on executive leadership, and when we talk about executive leadership, there are different methods are involved, like coaching and all these sessions. So from, let's say, from not only measuring after the fact, but also from designing the content to make sure our leadership, they have what we need to have to embrace culture within their organization, and how we can track their performance and after those sessions or coaching sessions that we have, because we're gonna say surveys, we're gonna get 360 feedback, sometimes it's not enough, because they're gonna go to their employees, you're gonna receive this survey, you have to answer blah, blah, blah. And also sometimes it's not about efforts, it's about their behaviors with their employees, which is something that we cannot track. How can we make sure in designing the content of executive leadership and measuring the value of this content as well?
Thank you. Some really interesting, rich insights from our panelists. I think the one thing maybe take away from today is that there is not one silver bullet and there are no shortcuts. But there are certain things that you don't do, you're going to increase your chances of failure. And I think that new leaders often struggle to understand that it's their technical competence and skill in sales, IT, finance that gets into a leadership role. And then they get into a leadership role and they start realizing what I did before doesn't work. And I love any excuse to bring Manchester United into the conversation, even after losing 3-0 last night. But you know, great footballers don't always make great football managers, because inherently, if you know how to do something, that's great. Can you deliver through others and communicate to a diverse multicultural team to their inner vision values to make them go the extra mile to perform? So there's a duality of training that's required, and organizations talk about soft and hard skills. The truth is they're all hard skills. We need to learn how to do our job in sales, finance, marketing, HR, but if you cannot deliver and communicate your vision through people, you are going to fail. Whatever business we're in today, we have to deliver through people. I've just come from a very cool electronic vehicle company that is primed for huge growth, and they've got great engineers. And great engineers are very good engineering, but engineering is often black and white. People are not automatons who operate on a binary model. People are complex, and good leaders need to learn how to understand the greatness of people. And it's not something you get right every day. It's a constant learning journey. So, yes, absolutely invest in the hard skills that one requires. to technically deliver your role, you need to know how to sell, you need to know how to track performance, you need to know quality management systems, but as important is the ability to communicate to clients and colleagues. So we constantly have to track quantitative and qualitative data. And the truth is, quantitative data is harder is easier to track, and qualitative data requires a level of insight in you to understand and time spent to understand it. So it really is incumbent on leaders to understand how they develop their leadership journey. And as I said, we don't get it right every day. We get it wrong for 25 years plus, but are we prepared to keep learning? So specific leadership programs that focus on the human aspects are required, and then having a coach who understands your context, you can share your failures with, and the failures don't define you or defeat you, they make you improve and keep going. And that would be my advice.
Before we conclude the session, I'm going to start with you as well. If you have one takeaway to all of us that relevant to our topic, what is going to be for today?
Yes, again, I think as I said, diverse inclusion can appear fluffy and soft. Absolutely isn't. It's an actual commercial imperative. We ought to be the right thing to do where we all want to go. We live in a diverse workforce, we live in a diverse market. And leadership development is not something that you solve once. It's something we constantly have to adapt and evolve. As you're leading new generations, as your life evolves, you have new pressures, new technological challenges. It's a constant journey that can't be learned in one course.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim.
I would just capitalize on one thing, and I think that's key. As someone who's interested in people and how people learn, all what we see from people is behavior. That behavior is being driven by certain attitudes, but we stop there. Actually, that attitude, as you rightly mentioned, if you dig down, the attitude is very much attached to values, and these values are driven from beliefs, and these beliefs are formed by the education discipline that you've been through. So most of the organization, let me rephrase, some of the organization fail to alter and influence the behavior because they don't have the foundational element of it, because it goes down there. So unless the culture that you are in and the values and the beliefs that everyone embraces reinforces the same behavior that you would like to see, then you will see that change in behavior. And I'll tell you one thing, success is not about imitating or mimicking certain behavior. It's actually striving to become better. And then success is not granted by your endeavor, you know. It's the result that Allah or God will grant it to you after your endeavor. So we never know. And I had the fortune of building a business model for my academy. And you look at any business model, it has to be profitable. All the profit has to be positive for you to launch the business. How many startup has failed? 90% of startups fails. However, they have a positive business plan. So you cannot always assume that you will succeed, even if you have the right data, if you have the right people. But unless you believe in what you do, and I believe Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has said that he doesn't hire competent people, he hires believers. The people who lives and dreams their work. And I really love that. That really touched me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Great.
In favor of time, with diversity and inclusion, let's look at our similarities and not the differences to help us grow.
Since it's the takeaways yet, let's keep it short and simple. Strength comes from diversity. For a message for me and all HR professionals, it's a belief before it's a strategy.
And also, if we go back also to our Islamic culture, Prophet Muhammad says, this is when it comes to hiring, you always should look to someone who has the capability, also the integrity. So these are two things related, one to technical skills, as we can mention, and the other one to behavioral competency. Also, لا فرق بين عربي ولا عجمي إلا بالتقوى, which is there is no difference between Arabic or any other nationality or culture, only by their beliefs, which is these things embracing in our hearts, and I believe that we all go with it, that we respect each other, that we respect all the cultures that we have, and we always embrace it sometimes with the practices that we build in our organization, not always by intention, but we need to make sure that we make changes, as mentioned by Majdi at the beginning, we are all humans, and this is how we're going to achieve our goals in our organization and our life. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leon, Ibrahim, Majdi, and Fahad. It was a insightful session. Thank you all as an audience for your listening.
We have a couple of minutes for questions. Does anyone want to ask? Yes. Cool. I first.
All right. Firstly, thank you so much. I think it was very enriching and engaging dialogue, especially after that heavy meal. If you manage to keep us awake, I think that is a measure of success. So kudos to that panel. According to my question, during this towards you, during the conversation you mentioned awareness and creating safe and inclusive workplaces. And of course, leadership has a great role to play in this endeavor. In your experience, how easy or how difficult is it to get the leadership to participate in this thought, considering that your leadership as well is multicultural?
Takes an army, and it takes a lot of data, what was said on this morning, but it takes believability. I have a seat on the table. I have a seat on various tables in the organization. I've earned my way there, and I make sure that my team understand that we need to show them how this is going, how this is different. So we do have KPIs internally, but not KPIs to increase diversity or to increase inclusion. We have KPIs to ensure that the organization is culturally fit, culturally want to work, and we have our surveys. But it takes a lot of guts from the HR and the leadership to be able to do that. We have to respect each other, we have to understand each other. The other day my boss came in and said, that one of the CXOs went home because his wife had a meltdown. I was like, see, we all have a life. Even though we're expats or we're Saudis, we all have a life. Once the family is here, then basically they're going to be excusing, they're going to be going and coming. So, as I said again, we are humans, but we just need to show them the differences and show them more already the similarities and how we can do that.
One last question.
Gentlemen, thank you very much again. It's exciting to keep listening carefully to what we have discussed. It's an amazing expertise stories going around, but I believe I just have a quick comments that I want to add it quickly. I believe that the mega companies and the multinational companies always depends and focuses as a success factor on the HR and the human capitals. But from your experiences and expertise, where you see the lack because of success of the organizations, when some CEOs or some GMs or whatever, they say personalizing things, interacting quickly and hardly within the human capitals business and says, we don't need this person, we need this person, we need to do this, we need to do that, And still, from my experiences, educations that I can see that, how we can work it out to make us strong leaders in HR, in human capitals. Because from my experience, where I have seen that, they keep always following the upward directions and the interactions, which hurts a lot. For me, I like when the HR directors or chief of human capital, they say, no, we don't do this because this can affect 1, 2, 3, 4. But we usually we say we want 1, this is done, we want 2, this is okay. So how we can work it out? Is this because we believe that it's a multicultural engagements, and it is very important to work out how we invest a lot. I mean, we believe we could talk a lot about human resources and developments and the trainings and all of these things. But when it comes to reality, that's a big issue. From your experience and expertise, if there is a quick comments, the time is getting long. So thank you.
It all depends on the context. It's a very generic question. People are different, maturities level of each organization are different. The capabilities of HR to handle such situation, it all depends on the context. But highlighting the importance of considering cultural aspects, mentioning current examples of the organization, recent ones, ones that is relevant to the situation, to the context, would be a weapon, I would say, to encourage the convincing of higher management to handle such a situation. And again, it all depends on the context. And how mature is the leadership, how mature is the organization, how well HR could handle such incidents, and this comes from experience, and before that even the belief, as I mentioned at my earlier question.
I was trained on something is called HR with guts. This was when I was quite a young kid in HR. But it really need to have the courage and the guts and the data to explain to people why they shouldn't do this. Eventually, if they do it, they're going to be their call, but you need to set aside the rules and put your foot down on the ground. It's basically a matter of back and forth, but I know what you're talking about, and I know I've seen that a lot. I'm not the right person to speak because I've walked out of organizations. I haven't been hired by CEOs because I'm very vocal and because I know people's rights and I fight for them.
Are they interacting in your decisions and when they see the CEOs that fire?
Are they what?
Are they interacting in your decisions?
No. It's my call, or I leave and stop.
I think just to add a small thing, it is all about the HR leader that shows equity and fairness to the practice that they do. Yes, it's great to understand the business direction, but again, you are the balancing factor here. You are making the laws. If you are that person of yes sir always, and you always answer to the top management requests, then people will end up hating you. And again, if you want to more into people, you'll be so soft and top stakeholders will eliminate you. So that balance that you need to make is the reason for your presence. And it's always great to challenge back the stakeholders, and it takes courage and takes someone who is really strong and capable, because trust is not given, it's earned. So you earn that trust, you need to be bold enough to stand up and say why.
Let me give a practical example. And you say, contractually, you could pay 2 months compensation and ask an employee to leave. It happened in an real incident with me, with one of my previous organizations. Management decided, it's a business at the end of it, that they want to ask one of the leaders to leave. Legally, they can do it with 2 months' notice, and that's it. So we are covered legally. But what is the side effects of such a decision? It would create a culture of fear, a panic among employees, specifically within certain specific circumstances. So I was able to convince the management to ensure smooth transition for this leader with mutually agreed terms and conditions. After having the mutually agreed agreement with this person, all of the other leaders and employees among the organization feel secure, because it was very generous, very considerate of the context of this specific leader, considering his family, medical insurance, blah blah, everything, until he finds a different area within. And this is very positively impacted the organization internally and even externally in the market. So this is just a really specific practical example of what we all have been talking about.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all very much. If anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm sure the panel will be happy to answer. I'm just going to photo quickly. So we're just going to take a moment, take a photo and remove the chairs. Thank you. I like what was said there as well in regards to HR guts. You know, it really is. You know, you have to make a decision. Are you part of the business or are you part of the people? And a lot of people don't want to put themselves in that position where their job is at threat. And I know that what we were saying before was what everyone was saying about challenging. But the company needs to create that environment where somebody feels that they can challenge somebody and not have their job at stake. And that's tough, because they need to feel they can do that. And a lot of the time I think it's a trap. And I've discussed this before, like the difference between management in the UK, where you can challenge people. And then you come to the Middle East and you say, hey, please let me know, challenge me, let me hear your thoughts on this. And they think it's a trap. They think you're trying to catch them out. But it takes time, you've got to build that. You've got to feel that it's a safe environment, they can say something and not feel that they're going to get in trouble for it. But that takes time. That takes time. Okay. All right, great. So the stage is clear. Okay. We now have our next keynote speaker, and the topic of discussion is the missing puzzle in organisation learning and development, EQ and mental well-being. I'd like to welcome to the stage Allah Hassan, who is the Group Talent Engagement and Development Manager at DAS Holdings Group. Everyone welcome to the stage, please.
Assalamualaikum. Very good afternoon, everyone. How do you feel after lunch? Sleeping? Okay. Once again, very good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is much better. So, myself, I am Ali Hassan, Group Talent Engagement and Development Manager. I am from UAE, proud Emirati. So I will take you through today my journey discovering the missing puzzle in our organization, learning and development. So I'm currently working in DAS Holding Group and managing its 15 subsidiaries. I have over 20 years of experience in HR and learning and development. So when I say I manage 15 subsidiaries, DAS Holding is an investment company and it's got its 15 subsidiaries, 50 sister companies. So basically, the companies that I manage is the facility management, real estate, healthcare business, it's the hotel industry, digital banking, digital currency, etc. So let me ask you, how many of you are from learning and development here? Could you please raise your hand? Okay, let me ask you, what's your good name, sir?
My name is Khan, and we work a lot on trying to develop the people into two things. One is a system know what they need in terms of the job required. Then design the training needs for them, not only the training needs, but also the learning needs. They are two different things.
Could you please name one training program that you design or send people for the training?
For the assessment, we use 6 kinds of assessments, depending what is needed. We use the SHL, we use the Wiley, we use everything test, we use base profile, we use the talent view, and we use the Thomas International.
Okay, this is the assessments, right?
Yeah, for the assessment.
Great. Is there any specific training program that you send people for the training?
Yeah, we do what we call a PDP program, okay? And it depends on the people. The normal people take 2 years to go through the PDP program, and fast trackers take 6 months. And we decide on the fast tracker based on the assessment and based on the gap between what is needed and what they actually possess.
Great. Thank you so much for your answer. Other people from Learning and Development, please, could you tell me, name any training program that you send people for the training?
Like recently, how to lead as a coach.
How to lead as a coach. How many people you have sent for the training?
Around 22 student leaders.
How many?
22 students.
20. So out of 20 leaders, do you think all of them have achieved the 100% objective of the training program?
Of course not. There is some other external factors that affect or prevent behavioral change.
Agree. Why do you think not 100% of them have attended the training objective and outcome?
Like for example, some of them, the reporting managers doesn't believe that embarrassing a new approach that is going to reflect dramatically, that is going to make a dramatic change in the performance. That's why they stand up in front of their path in order to adapt to this new approach. Some other reporting managers, and the reason why I'm just mentioning reporting managers, if reporting managers believe that the performance will change according to the new approach that training deliver, it's 7 times impacting positively the training outcome. And this is one of the studies we have done in our company.
Absolutely. One more person from L&D, the last one, I promise. Who else? Yes, please. Could you please tell me name me any training program that you send people for the training?
Sure. So recently I sent about 15 to a leadership development program.
Great.
For both senior and emerging leaders.
Okay. So when you send 20 people for the training program, I will ask the same question here, and there is a reason why I'm asking. So do you think all those 20 leaders have achieved the 100% of the outcome? Absolutely not. Right. And this is the constant question actually I have. Why not 100% of the people will achieve the training objective and outcome? So let me show you. See, we as HR and Learning and Development, I feel we are too focused on the idea of our employee development and will follow the linear path. Yeah? Many of us do not understand that each one of the employee has a different starting point, different journey, different motivation to achieve that objective. We are too focused on the outcome and we neglected the starting point. It is important for us to show the employee, to help them to understand first themselves before we ask them to go and help the other people. Am I correct? Yes. Before we ask them to be a good leader, we need to show them how to be a good person first. Right? So, let me take you through my journey in my organization. What have we done to discover the missing puzzle in our organization? So I have a small story to share here. Back in 2017, I was designing a new curriculum for our group, and I did a research and found out that by the World Economic Forum, EQ is going to be the most top 10 skill required in the next 5 to 10 years. This is where I decided as group talent engagement and development manager, to discover this along with my team. We flew to Singapore a long time ago. We got certified to deliver this program. So we bring this concept to our organization. Back those days in 2017, me and my team was the only facilitator in the UAE to deliver the program by the EQ World. So I have seen the benefit when I attended the training program. I was too excited, on the same time a little bit nervous to bring the concept in our organization. Why I was a little bit unsure about bringing it to our organization, because culturally or maybe habitually, people might see difficult. As you know, EQ is about discovering your own emotion. It's never easy. So the concept was foreign, it was not new. So somehow when we bring this concept into our organization, one thing was there that I wanted to really implement this, and I want our employee to get the benefit of the training program. So we ran our first session. It was very charismatic. I was very satisfied with the outcome. As I said, EQ is not easy. It's like mirroring yourself, knowing really your emotions, overcoming your triggers, about your mask, about how to deal with a different situation. So we had an Emirati lady. She was in her early 20s. She shared her story. When she started sharing her story, there was a big silence in the room. So this 20-year-old girl, she was battling with a cancer, right? And every month she'll have to go through a chemotherapy multiple times. But then she shared her story, how she's overcoming her challenges every single day and living her full life. So her story was very inspirational, very inspiring. Everyone in that room, I think we had 25 people in that room, everybody have changed their perspective towards her. So this is one of the stories she shared, but then after that we had many stories came out in the room, and every story was very inspirational. This all happened only because of the EQ. We never talk about emotions, right? We never do, we never investigate. But because of this program, when we start running it, we have seen the benefit, and our employees have seen the benefit. So after the successful implementation of the EQ, in our organization, people are better. They have a better self-awareness. People are more happier. Yeah, people can share. People are more happier. Their performances has been significantly improved. They feel there are people to hear. They feel they are more connected with the people. They are more empathic towards each other. They're more genuine. And also, our turnover is zero in our organization. So we have people staying in the organization. I think since I joined the organization, it's been like 9 years now. So I still have the same people who are working there. So, does it stop here? This is the question I ask everyone. After the EQ, what was next? So when we implemented the successful EQ training program across the group, I was more interested to discover about the human behavior and personality. This is where I come across the Enneagram training program. How many of you know Enneagram training program? Great. Okay, so I will just give you a little bit background. So in EQ, we actually talk about self-development, about self-awareness, whereas in Enneagram, we talk about other people's behavior and personalities. So I discovered this program. I personally, when I attended the Enneagram program, I benefited a lot. Believe it or not, we say we are not judgmental, right? But at some point, we do judge people based on our personality and behavior. Why this person is behaving the way, why this person is behaving A or B. But once I come across Enneagram program, I have a better understanding of other people's behavior. I do not complain now. Yeah? I do not, instead of comparing this, I was like, no, that's his personality, that's his behavior. Let me find a better way to interact with them. And this is really helping us a lot in our organization. We specifically use this program for our leaders. Why leaders? Because leaders are having a biggest responsibility to lead their team. So we run this program and we implemented. This program is working, it's been 7-8 years. It's been working too well in our organization, as well as we made it mandatory, this program to our leaders. We also start utilizing Enneagram and EQ in the different aspects of when we are recruiting the employee leaders. Our Enneagram is mandatory for all the leaders, EQ is mandatory for all of our employees. So this is pretty much we do this. Also, after successful running the Enneagram training program, we do get requests by our colleagues, but our employee. Believe me or not, there were many people come to us and to my team and then they say, why don't you run this program to our family? Why don't you run this program to our friends? So me and my team, over the weekends, we have actually started delivering this program to a group of the people. And believe me or not, we have done this program to our families as well. Because Enneagram will really help you. There is an assessment first before the training program that you have to go through. It's like 140 questions almost, but it's very fun, but it's very accurate because there is a lot of science behind the Enneagram training program. So we do this. This is where I have, when we have seen there is a demand high, especially in UAE, about this training program. I have implemented a consultancy as well, where we do run this program to everyone in the organization. So we have seen the benefit. People are getting benefit, even in our organization, everyone uses it. If you have any question, if you would like to discover more on Enneagram, do contact me and I'm open to any question. So I'll come to the question. So this is, I just wanted to quickly show you the benefit. So as I said before, like the Enneagram really help our employee to help and they know their blind spot, and then how to overcome their blind spot. The respect level culturally has been increased a lot. The teamwork and collaboration is being improved. Our leaders are become better in managing the conflict. They understand other people's motivation better, and they become better in communicating. This is something that I really want you to take it from me. In conclusion, I say we are too focused on the outcome and neglected the starting point. Help the employee to understand themselves before we ask them to understand others. Help the employee to be a good person before we ask them to be a good leader. That's all from my side. Thank you so much. I don't want to take most of your time. Any question?
Can you give us more details of the EQ program? What does it so we can?
When we launched the EQ training program, as I said, it was a very new concept. So what we do before we bringing people into the training, there is a 90 questionnaire that we will send to the employee. When we send them the assessment, they will get to know about how they think about their emotion versus the other people's emotions. So they get the report, they will get the full report, but they don't know how to read it. We invite them into the training program where we actually take them through the report. In the beginning, they don't believe that's them. But when they attend the 2-3 days of the training program, they're like, yeah, this is me, this is really me. That's how, and then they start reflecting themselves. Because many of us doesn't know what is, sometimes even our, sometimes we don't even see how we behave differently in emotions. So when they come to this program, then they start connecting with them.
Any reinforcement activities as well?
Not really. But this program, I think, especially in our organization, what we see is people have developed higher level of empathy towards the others, as well as understanding themselves. And I also believe, if I don't help myself, how will I help others? So this will actually help the individual as well as the other people. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Why do you believe that Enneagram is any different from other types of personality typing tools?
Okay, why it's different? Because in Enneagram there is a lot of research and science behind. I personally attend this program. I already mentioned a company called EQ World. They are based in Singapore. And this, actually, the whole concept have taken a lot of time to implement this. And I personally tried it. I have done my assessment. And when I see the report, I was like, oh, this is very much me, you know? And it really gives you a deep understanding of your own personality type and how to interact with the other personality. So basically there are 9 different types of personality that you will get to know. So let's say basically I'm type 3, okay? Type 3 is achiever. So I'm type 3, but I'm working with type 9, which is a completely different personality. But then this Enneagram will actually help you on how to interact with other personality type and have a successful outcome. So it's a very deep understanding. The assessment is very accurate. I tried it, and many of the people who tried it in our organization, they have seen the benefit. And if you would like to explore more, maybe during the break, I can actually give you more information because it's very deep. It's very there are a lot of things to understand. Yeah, I hope it makes sense. Thank you. Yes, please.
Last but not least, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just rated for us out of hundreds, the accuracy. Thank you very much for this assignment. So just rated to quickly just the accuracy for the EQ in terms of the results. It's out of hundreds. Maybe how much for your opinions?
Okay, I'll give you the example of our organization. Out of 100, I feel more than 90%. And we have really seen the difference. Okay, I will just elaborate a little bit more. We have a lot of people, we have a great leader who are very good at their skills, they are the best. But on the same time, they are the worst leader. They don't know how to interact with the team. They don't know how to interact with the people. But since we bring the EQ into the concept, we did the awareness, we bring the leaders along with their teams, and we have led the training program, and then this is where you start seeing the difference here. And in our company, they don't have any choice. Everybody has to apply the EQ skills. Does it make sense? Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you for your explanation. I like the same question.
Yes.
Was the EQ its influence or impacted with the mood of the person while adopt the assessment from time to time? Like if I did the assessment beginning of the week and at the end of the week, was the mood affect on me?
It does. That's why we always ask the employee to do the assessment while you are not busy. Choose the time where you are absolutely relaxed. I usually ask the people, do it the first thing in the morning before you start getting into your work. Do not do it if you are upset. Do not do it if you are at your bad mood. You need to do it when you are absolutely fine, and then you will be able to accurately answer all the questions. And this is where you will get the accurate results. Thank you. Thank you so much for questions, please. Sorry. Yes, please.
After passing this exam or this program, how can I recognize others? How can I understand others?
Very good question.
Yeah, is it a skill that I'm gonna know after passing this program, or could you please elaborate?
Sure. First of all, you need to come to our Enneagram training program. Okay, let me tell you, when you actually come along with a bunch of 10, 15 people, so you will see, even in here in this room, I'm pretty much sure we have all different 9 types of personality. When in the training program, we will actually take you through the all 9 types of personality. And then when you start, even like me when I attended, I already know which is my sister type now. You know, when I attended, I was like, oh my God, my manager is this type, so now I should completely change my behavior towards him. It does really help you. And it helps you to build your relationship. like as I said, I used to complain about certain employees, certain relatives. After Inagram, believe me or not, if it's not completely disappeared, it's minimal now. Because it changed your perspective, because you immediately start seeing people in which personality types they are. So we have an assessment for that one. I think we have a short assessment as well. We'll see if I have a link, I will pass over to you. You can just see, it will give you the indication of which personality type you are, but it may not correct 100% because it's based on very few questions, but if you really want to know which personality you are, you'll have to go through the full assessment program. But once you come to the training program, you start reflecting which personality they are. And it does help. Any other question? Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. It was useful. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Okay, everybody. We're going to go for a break now. We've got some one-to-one networking. But before we do that, just want to, because there's a banner outside, and I want you to go and scan the QR code if this relates to you. So Disrupt HR is an information exchange designed to energize, inform, empower HR leaders, business professionals and community leaders who are interested in disruptive ideas and moving our collective thinking forwards, and it comes to the talent in the workplace. So if you're looking to get your thoughts heard and understood and appreciated, there's a place where you can actually share your ideas. And there's a banner outside, and you can scan your QR code, or please feel free to speak with talent expertise. Okay? That's that part done. Now, who has not entered for the prize draw yet? Remember the iPads, the iWatch, the AirPods? Has everyone done it?
No.
Yeah? Okay, because there's only about 20 people so far that's put their name in the bowl that I've seen. So if you haven't done that, during the break, go to the desk outside, write your name and number, name, and put it into the bowl, please. And at 5 o'clock, we'll do the prize draw. You've got to be here, and you've got to be your name in the bowl. Okay, everyone? Yes? Okay, great. So let's enjoy the break, and then our announcement will come back. Thank you. Everyone, start taking their seats. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if you take seats, please. Remember, welcome on the next keynote speaker. And this keynote is based on human capital future focus. Welcome on stage to the Badges of Truth. It's a Human Capital General Manager at the National Debt Management Centre, NDMC. Everyone welcome on stage, please. Thank you.
السلام عليكم مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. الله يعطيكم العافية. Thank you for your time, and I would like also to thank all my panelists and esteemed panelists which today talk about the new aspect of the future direction about emerging technology and the impact of utilizing what will be the trend in the coming 5 or 10 years related to the new technology, digital transformation, and so on. Maybe we'll talk about the future focus of human capital. I ask, do you think we are ready for the future or the emerging technology, how it will impact or change our industry, especially in the human capital of the HR? As well, what is the impact of a new generation on the workplace and how it will change and develop the workplace and the work style in the coming 5 or 10 years. So we will try to highlight about the future focus in terms of the evolution of the human capital, how does it start, from where to start, what is the impact of the revolution or industrial revolution, which is the second industry, third industry, and the fourth, which is we deal with it nowadays, and the future focus in terms HR professional and the people and employee directions, as well the workplace, how it will be, or how we should anticipate the future workplace. And we will highlight what is the future of the government, or especially KSA or vision, and the KSA focusing on in the coming 5 or after the 2030, what will be the direction and the focus will be. And the last one will be focusing on how the HR or the human capital operating model will look like, or how its outlook in terms of utilizing the future of emerging technology. If we start with the concept of HR perspective or the human perspective, if we go back 100 years when the second industry, we observed that that time it was a basic of managing the relation between the employer and the employee and ensure the basic employment rights, how it look like, how the employee gets their right, and the union start that time. Then we observe in the third industrial revolution, it's become the HR concept or the human resource more familiar, especially to deal with the people, learning and development, talent attraction or human resource attraction in terms of recruitment activity and so on. So this period is starting from early of 76 till 2015. In 2015, we start to hear about or officially announce at that time the Global Economic Forum in last 2016 in Davos. They announced about the fourth industrial revolution. Then it started at that time until now. We might to see the fifth industrial revolution after maybe the 6 or 7 years. So we need, as a HR professional or HR executive, adopt and walk the talk about this revolution of the industry, because the HR future focus, it's come from 2 dimensions, whether the industrial revolution and the generation or the people generation. If we observe each 15 years, we see a new generation, and they are coming in the work or labor market, they change, they develop, and they involve a lot of certain skill set or work style and so on. If we observe from the second industrial, it was only basically the production line, the machine, and the basics industrial or manufacturing aspect. Then the third industrial, we start to deal or launch the computer, the internet, the networking, the nanotechnology until 2015. Then 2015 or 16 ongoing, and today we involved and it's launched the new emerging technology, the digital transformation, the AI, IoT, and other aspects like ESG, sustainability. So this is becoming with the new industrial revolution, which is the fourth industrial revolution. If we observe the timeline of the industrial revolution journey since beginning of 19 until today, what we learn and what we understand, and also would like us, or who would like to anticipate or have insights about this journey, what do we observe? Anyone or would like to?
It's acceleration of change.
Yes. What else?
Let me give you my example.
So acceleration of the change and the development.
The acceleration of change and development is becoming faster.
This is one part.
Yeah, also, I think imagine the concept of HR. We see that the names are changing: personnel, people management, human capital. It's not only about names, but also about practices. So whatever we have changes in the business, human capital is changing as well when it comes to practices, when it comes to the vision and the purpose of it as well.
Yeah. The strategic impact or the value of that.
I'm just curious why there was a vacuum between 65 and 76. Were we lost? Thinking, were we stagnant? What happened between 65 and 76?
It's good catch. It's continuous until the second industry until 75. But it's continuing from the third, 76, until 2015. But it's continuing, it's considered the second day. So,
if you notice here from the criteria happens within each period, that
the HR route changes according to the market itself, depending on the technology or the trends happening in the market, impacts how HR operate and how they benefit the company.
yeah, the operating model of the HR or the style of the being HR. Also, the big thing here, if we observe in each industrial revolution, still we rely on the human. Still we rely and we trust the human skills. So this is from a lot of research or search from the global organization. There's a sphere between the emerging technology of the digital transformation and the future job will eliminate the human skills. Is that true or this is debatable? So if we observe from the 100 years or more 100 years, still we rely on human skills. Human skills will never end up, still will be on demand. Only the change, the work style, the work approach, the style of the workplace, and we could utilize on the AI or the digital transformation to eliminate the operation and transaction aspect. So we could utilize or capitalize the human skills to obtain and optimize the value from the human in a different area, or we change it from other aspects. So this is very important when it's come to design a job or evaluate the future job or the future skills. Also the other dimension which is impact on human capital future, the generation. So the first dimension is the revolution of industry, and the second dimension is the generation of the new generation. What's happening with the generation? the new generation, it's, if we observe, each generation will enter the labor market, they develop and change about the work style, accelerate the utilization of the technology. As we focus here, the generation Z, which they start, they born in 1995 and until 2009, they start entering the market since last or early in 2018, and we observe now how this generation nowadays is impacting or changing of the work and the workplace design, about the flexibility and virtual work, and this aspect it's acceleration with the new generation. So alpha generation, which is the most new generation, will start also after a while, around 10 years from now, which is 2034. So this generation will be heavily rely on the technology, the digital transformation, all the modern or emerging technologies. So the organization of the executive or the people who is responsible about the work place, they should take into consideration the readiness for the gene or the gene, so whether Z generation or alpha, how the work design, how the work environment is designed. Do we match with the future demand on the job and the new generation? So this will eliminate or will be challenged in terms of attraction the people, retaining the good caliber or talented people. So one of the future skills, it's called 4CS, which is launched or developed by SHRM. It's focusing for 4 skills, not related to the technicality, it is related to the soft, like communication, creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. So all of these 4 skills will be relied on the future to develop and enhance the soft skills for the current employee and the future employee. Why? Because if we observe all of these 4 skills, it's relying for people interaction and the socialized skills because of the adaptation or the acceleration of technology utilization. Moving to the future focus in terms of HR and people and also workplace. An HR professional, we will observe, and nowadays we observe that the demanding of the decision for any HR activity is starting relying on the big data or the analytical aspect or workforce analytics. So in the coming 3-4 years, the decision of the any HR related, so whether a talent attraction or sourcing or workforce planning, will heavily rely on the data and data analytics. Digital transformation will heavily interact with the human capital or HR services, and it will change and move the HR into strategic impact, not only involving on dealing with the transaction, day-to-day services, and so on. The organization impact, so HR will take a lead role with the organization impact from a strategic perspective, leading the corporate, leading the change, maximize the value of the organization from the resource of the human capital aspect, not like before we just see on the situation of the HR, it is service-oriented or service-driven. It will almost change into a strategic impact and value maximization. Also, the HR will be focused on or caring about building the future capability, like digital transformation, AI, ESG, sustainability, and these capability will require to invest and anticipate what is the future need and how the human capital and HR professional or learning and development professional build the capability to meet the future need. Moving for people or employee direction, the new generation or the people will heavily rely on the organization which adopt the change and quickly agile in the market, as well the organization which adopt the flexibility and the virtual work will be very what's called transfer on a new model of workplace or work style. It is not necessarily to perform a job in physically or in office, so people would like to perform a job in different way and anywhere with a virtual work or flexibility. In terms of a workplace future direction or anticipation, the concept of diversity and equity and inclusive will be very interesting topic. Most of the organization or high organization will focus on this, and also it will be like a normal KPI or target, like nowadays we are making the engagement or turnover as some target of HR. The DEI KPI will be normalized in the coming 3 years, as well the design of organization in terms of culture and engagement, as we anticipate or listen from our esteemed panelists today, how the culture and the engagement very important on increasing the organization performance, the sustainability. So this will be a hot topic on HR executive in the coming years. And the last one, the flexibility of virtual work, as we mentioned, will be very important topic when it's come to HR practice. Moving to Vision 2030 and KSA future demand, or what is the anticipated skills required in the public sector. For sure, the public sector If it's transfer, it will adopted by private sector and non-profit sector will adopt these direction. If we observe that one of the ambitious program, which is Human Capital Development Program, which focus on develop the skills from the learning stage until the employment stage. Also from the public sector, in terms of digital government authority and SADAIA, data management and artificial intelligence. And the last one is the research, development and innovation. This is the skill set will be required nowadays from the government or from the public sector. So that's a message. The direction of the kingdom is moving to adopt and meet the global need. We observe for example, the digital transformation opportunity is to increase the government effectiveness and the smart nation. So that will be also reflected in the private sector. Research and innovation will capitalize on national labs to maximize the local and international opportunity for entrepreneurship and competitiveness of the country and the talent. Focusing on human capability for the skills need, which is the ambitious program, focusing on reshaping the current skills and develop future skills to meet the future needs of the skills. The most three dimension of the future skills required by this program, focusing on high order of the thinking skills, which is related to the thinking and analytical things for business, socialized and emotional skills, which is focusing on accepting other, respecting other culture. The third one is focusing on the practical or analytical thinking, which is related to the digital transformation aspect, and also the I think a global financial trend like ESG, sustainability, and so on. If we observe one thing, what is the relation between the three dimensions of this capability building and the 4 CS model of skills? Anyone observe any relation or interaction between the model of 4 CS and this model for building the capability in this area? I will just move back. If we observe here the 4 CS skills, focusing on critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, and the program, we see that they are focusing on the most soft skills to post on it and elaborate it more due to that's a message in the coming 10 years. The world will be heavily reliant on the technology and digital transformation, so we need some socialized skills so people can understand and interact together with this treatment. Here, the digital transformation and human capital aspect. So the most interactive area or files human capital deal with sourcing and attraction nowadays, and the future will rely more on automate and digitalize all sourcing and attraction, relying on AI aspect. However, the decision for sure will rely on a human skills based on select and identify the best talent. But the sourcing aspect, filtration aspect will rely on AI and automated factor. Workforce plan. So how we could utilize a big data if we are a corporate with 10,000 employees or 5,000 employees, how we will manage and plan the workforce. So there will be a heavy utilization on the artificial intelligence or big data analysis aspect to utilize and analyze the workforce because the size or the huge of the organization. Last is the employee relation. So nowadays we observe, and also we observe more, some of the activity related to the employee relation and inquiries and all, they start to avoid from ticketing system and direct response to the employee by email or call to put chat code and the new emerging technology to utilize the quick service and the quick answer. Some statement, for example, one of the global talent pioneers mentioned that 65% of the executive felt that the valuable interaction with the people being lost due to the implementation of high automated services or automation of the services. So that's why we rely on develop and build the socialized skills and focusing on engagement, culture aspect to avoid any disconnect or interaction with the people, especially when we adopt the technology or emerging technology. Another statement by Conferry that mentioned 85 million of the job globally will be have a difficulty in fill that position due to the lack of future skills. So the last here we anticipate the model of HR or human capital. If we observe here that most of the transaction or the operational aspect will heavily rely on HR2 or HR operational services like a shared services, people relation, human capital analysis or intelligence HRIS. This will be rely on emerging technology or digital transformation aspect. So this will enable HR to maximize the benefit and the value to the organization, to be focusing on strategic talent leaders, HR problem solver, and COC, which is Center of Excellence. Thank you for your listening. I will give the floor if you have any question or insight or information related to this topic.
Any questions?
Question there.
Yeah.
My comment is regarding what was said in the morning and what we are seeing here. People relation, it depends on how you define it. If you define it to take care of the people in the organization, like health insurance, education, children, other benefits, bonuses and other things, that's one side. But the other side is taking care of the employees in terms of their well-being, in terms of being able to be more creative, more willing, more engaged, not engaged just in the work itself, but more engaged as business partners. So we need to split this. Here, for the digitalization, and here on the left side in the screen you have, we want to have that. Thank you.
Totally agree. There is two different between providing the service, which is the norm. Any employee requires the service. But the most difficult and important is well-being and mental health, engagement. So this is will increase the employee satisfaction, creativity, and maximize the benefit or impact from the human.
Shukran.
يكمل العافية.
Thank you very much. Now, I have some bad news and I have some good news. You can decide which one is which, okay? Our next speaker, unfortunately, he's had a bit of car trouble, so he's not going to be able to make it to the presentation. He asked us to apologise for not being able to be here, okay? But from this, we now get a chance to have this prize draw a little bit earlier on. Now, it's all closed off. There's no more chances to put your name in the bowl. We gave you enough chance through the day, okay? Everyone's in here. Got to be in it to win it. But I need some help with this, so I just want to bring a couple of people up to the stage. Can I bring up Sean from Elite Talent Hub and also Fahad from Coca-Cola, please? Thank you. And let's not forget about Jacob as well. Let's come on, Jacob. Lovely, Karen. Okay, so what we're going for first of all are the AirPods. Okay. Who is it? Who is it? Go.
I'm just going to speak out.
Next time you read Arabic.
I think it looks like
Mutlaq from
Mutlaq from Aqua Power. Is he here? Oh, okay, there we go, exactly. What's that? Let's go. Okay, alright. Yeah, told you, okay. He may be in a restroom though, so I feel a bit bad.
We got Iman Al-Shamani from Camco.
Yes? Okay, please come up. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Next up is the iWatch, okay? So, Sean, would you like to draw, please?
Oh my God. It's actually Father of Reading from Coca-Cola.
What are the chances of that, eh? Okay. Coca-Cola. And last but not least, the iPad. Okay. It's a bit noisy, this. Okay. Would you like to draw, please? Thank you.
Don't make Sean's name, please.
مبخي
Landmark Arabia.
Landmark Arabia. I love the shock on people's faces. No chance, and then they get it. Amazing. Congratulations. Okay, so personally, I want to thank you all for interacting, asking questions, making this day something which is quite memorable actually, because the speakers were amazing, the panel was amazing as well, but it's actually the audience that makes it worth it, because you want to get involved in it, because you're here to learn, you're here to develop, and that's amazing to see. And I hope that from what we have written down this morning, from what we wanted to achieve from this event, we can look at that now and say, yes, we did. Yeah? So we have that check-in, and make sure that if we've done that, then that's amazing. If not, then how can we improve for next time? All right. But I want to leave the last closing remarks to Jacob, who is going to say a few words. Thank you very much, everybody.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mark for moderating today's conference. So really appreciate it, and a cracking job. So appreciate it, mate. And thank you to all of you guests for joining today's wonderful conference. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of our worthy sponsors, which was on the left side and the right side of the room. So thank you all for being part of today's event. And we look forward to seeing you guys in April. We're back in Riyadh on the 21st of April 2025. Details will be confirmed by Zain to all of you guys, and I'll be in contact with all our worthy sponsors. So once again, thank you all for being part of today's conference, and look forward to seeing you back in 2025. Thank you very much.
Do you want to deal with it?